Big shout out to the fans. Now we've got Bambos Nicolau standing side by side. His LS powered S14. Yep, that's an S14. It's rebodied as an S15. As is Dimo Georgiev's S15 actually. The yellow one that I pointed out to you before, that's also a rebodied S14. It's pretty cool, something for everybody out there, a little tidbit of information. The S14 and the S15 chassis is actually pretty much identical. So with a little bit of time and effort, you can rebody an S14 into an S15, or the other way around, but I'm not sure why you'd want to go the other way around. And everything on the line today for a €5,000 prize purse at the end of it all. Whoever stands on top of that podium, who could it be? Definitely, I think a couple of the drivers that are in with the most practice and the most experience this season are our top three qualifiers in Peter Kozlowski, Stavros Grillis and George Christoforou, aka Elagogro. He was the reigning King Series. Second place on that podium was George Christoforou. Elagogro competed through that series all of this year. And we've got Stavros Grillis that qualified in second, competed throughout the Drift League Championship this year throughout Europe, and is a very, very experienced driver in Europe. Who knows though? This is drifting and there's always an upset to be had, and we've definitely got enough drivers here today between the Cypriot drivers and the European drivers that you never know what you're going to see. Crashes come to play a factor, mechanical difficulties, everything's up. As you can see, we've got the guys dressed as the sumo wrestlers up on the screen right there, and the other James from the J Spot wandering around in the background there. I can see right at the back of the line of cars on the left-hand side in a massive Pikachu costume. Don't ask why, I don't really know.
Χρήστος Λοΐζου λοιπόν, πολύ καλή επίδοση χθες. Έχει και κοινό, έχει και διεργία. Και πάμε και στον Μάρτιν Μάσε. Unlucky, but you're at least you're here.
Yeah, thank you so much. You were doing a great job.
We saw yesterday Martin to give a good, his better self. Had a bad luck, but today you were very fast. I liked your today's passes. I hope everything went well. Και κάπως έτσι, κυρίες και κύριοι, αυτή είναι η τριανταριάδα και η σεμικρό. Θέλω να είσαστε πολύ ζωηροί από εδώ και πέρα. Θέλω να πάμε πολύ δυνατά και να χειροκροτάτε σε κάθε πέρασμα. Άλλη μια λοιπόν να σας αφήσω όπως πηγαίνω. Μάρτιν Μάσεκ με το
Who can we see up on screen there? Hippolytos Standinou's car. I can see Neofilos Figalbon walking back and forth next to Neofilos Figalbon's car in that WD-40 racing suit with David. Here up on screen we've got Panayis on the left-hand side. That's Panayotis Nikolaou, who qualified 19th, and on the right-hand side, standing next to him, is Simos Tikis, who qualified 6th. As you can see, we have a packed field with a lot of cars there. Natalia Yopsak there from Romania, the babyface killer, she's nicknamed. Absolutely gun driver, and you can tell by the fact that she qualified 9th with an 86.5 run.
It's all about the... Yeah, it's all
we got up on screen there. Got Andreas Papoudas on the right hand side, Alexis Haris Georgiou in the middle, and Simos Tikis on the left. Papoudas, I think this is the first time that he's competing this year. We haven't really seen him that much in the championship the last couple of years. But again, it was an occasion that a lot of drivers made the effort to be here for. Drivers, again, that haven't really competed in the last year or two. Right there, we got a quick shot of Sergio Grigoriou, the standing. There you go, there he is, right there. Sergio, he is the standing champion of the Cyprus Championship. Won down to absolutely the last race of the season, the last qualifying bracket. It was him and David going head to head in the final of the last round, and Sergio was the one that emerged victorious. There was only 1 point splitting them in the standings as they went into the last round. Sergio topping the podium and walking away with the championship for the year. David finishing in second. Do we have the parade lap underway? I've seen Bambos Tsouris head out there. Peter Kozlowski, as you can see, driving through the track there in his white S15. There we go. I don't even want to know how much power that S15 is putting out. 7+ litre LS with twin turbos. Absolute smoke machine. Brackets first, Kozlowski's going up against actually Nicolas Nicola, aka Patak. Peter qualified first, Nicolas Nicola qualified 32nd. That's going to be that first battle for him. It's definitely going to be an interesting one. Nicolas Nicola, very experienced driver. Do we have the parade lap underway? So it seems. We've got Kostas Pastis coming past in his RB30 powered R32 there, R34 front end on it. Alexis Haris Georgiou in his S15 2JZ. Natalia going past there in her BMW V8 powered BMW 4.4 if I'm not mistaken. Office going past in his 2002 Bavaria. Yep, that's what that is, powered by a M5 E10. There he goes. Good driver. The chassis can catch him out sometimes though because of the short wheelbase. We've got Bambos Karalambos coming past in his new for this year build. Always in a pink BMW though, always. Bolis Costandino going past there in his E30. Diago's Mario Sodas in his S13. 2J powered, that S13. Isn't everything 2J powered these days? I was walking through the pits before having a look at some of the cars from the European drivers, like 2J, 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 V8, 2J, 1J. That S14 that's just gone past on screen, yep, that's a 1J though, that's a 1J, it's not a 2J. .350Z running in its own engine, twin turbo VQ35. We've got Panagiotis Mihail aka Bandesha going past in his E36. Stavros Grillis behind him, his E30. That E30 of Stavros Grillis is something else. He's been from that first viral video that took the internet by storm of him as a 9-year-old, if I'm not mistaken, and he still campaigns that car here in Cyprus. Bandesha in his BMW E36 being followed by Stavros Grillis, one of the lowest powered cars in previous seasons as it was naturally aspirated. It's since been turbocharged. I think in that case, everything standing as it does, the lowest powered car would probably be Bolis Costandino at this point. A little bit over 300 horsepower naturally aspirated, but Bolis is a gun driver that knows his car very well. And he knows how to use the power deficit to his advantage, let's put it this way. Andreas Andreu aka Wax in his Texaco sponsored 2JZ powered S14 just went past the screen there. Bambos Nicolau in front of him in his LS powered Nissan Silvia. So as you can see in the background of your screen there as well, the drivers are leaving. And we can see Andros Antoniou up here in his Eneos sponsored R32 GTR. Yep, that's a GTR and it's been repurposed as a drift car. RB26 powered. Following behind him was George Christoforou aka El Acobo, second place in the Drifting Championship this year, the European. Neophilos Figargo going past. You can see all the cars in the background making their way through the track and then lining up right away in the distance on the back straight here at Athens Speedway. Simos Tikis in his 2JZ powered BMW for this year. My mistake, guys. This is the car that's V8 powered, BMW V8 powered, not Natalia's car. Natalia's car is turbocharged 3, if I'm not mistaken. We've got Sergio Grigoriou making his way to the start line there. The drivers in the background here, you can see them really lining up on the back straight here now at the speedway. David, second in the Cyprus Drift Championship this year in his 2JZ powered WD-40 sponsored S15, making his way to the start line. Here we've got Dimitragis Christofi, aka Tagamura, followed by Stelios Zacharia in his E30. Just a couple of cars left on the starting grid now, so making their way around, and we should be starting very soon. Couldn't have asked for any more perfect weather today, actually, because it's been raining on and off in Cyprus this week, and a lot of the practice went down in wet conditions with standing water. So it's going to be a little bit tricky for some of the drivers to find their way this weekend, because they're having to change setup, to practicing in some of the qualification in wet conditions, probably using different tires, probably changing up their suspension setup, and then once everything dries out, having to go back to their other setup in a situation they're not so familiar with. And I think it will be tricky for all of the drivers involved, not just the Europeans. Basically, the Europeans, if anything, will be a lot more experienced with driving in the rain than the Cypriot drivers will. But on the flip side, the Cypriot drivers are a lot more used to the track and the setups that they usually run here at Athens Speedway. So we'll see how it goes. So as you can see, all of the drivers have cleared out from the Kuma turn there, cleared out of the pits. Everybody is lined up on the back straight here. And we're just counting down the seconds to kick off. We've got George Celevis that's just headed out.
Εκτός από τη μετάδοση, η οποία θα βρείτε στο Gaming Net, οι κριτές έχουν ένα replay εδώ πάνω στο YouTube που κάνονται για την κριτική. Εκτός από το οπτικό κομμάτι που έχουν να κάνουν.
As always, the calm before the storm.
Παρακολουθείτε τα βίντεο του replay, τα πατάτε στο σημείο για να έχουμε όσο δυνατό εκεί αποτέλεσμα. Το drift είναι ένα άθλημα το οποίο τελευταία χρόνια έχει ραγδαία αύξηση, όχι μόνο στο νησί εδώ στην Κύπρο, αλλά παγκοσμίως. Έχει αρκετά βλέμματα πάνω στραμμένα.
Car's that? That looks like Christoloizou's car. Multicolored with a 2J. Yeah, that must be Christoloizou's car. Christo is a newer driver to the Cyprus Drift Championship. He only actually started a year ago. Raced in the last 1 or 2 races of last year's championship. Did a lot of practice along the way. He's made a lot of changes to the car throughout the year as well. And he's doing really well. Semi-pro, gets in lots of practice, and we're looking forward to seeing him in pro quite soon, actually.
Αυτού του σωματείου το σκάι της νεός, τα πρώτα νεός λοιπόν, που είναι και ο χορηγός.
Let me just apologize from now if you're getting wind noise, because it's surprisingly windy here today at Athens. We're doing our best here where we are, but unfortunately we can't get rid of all of it from getting picked up, so bear with us for that one. And in the meantime, anxiously looking forward to kicking this off. I just want to take this opportunity personally to give a big shout out to all of you who watch from around the world, from around Europe, have been watching throughout the year and continue to do so. Always very excited to get on the live stream and bring the action to you. Drop a comment down in the comment section below where you're listening to us from. Eager for a great afternoon of action here. We've already got on the start line here, as you can see, Nicola on the right hand side, Peter Kozlowski on the left hand side. Loving that picture of Peter there. Peter will be leading this time round, Nicolas will be chasing. Nicola in the blue BMW. Very strange to see him in a BMW, and here we go, off for the first battle. They're out of the starting blocks. That S15 is completely ripping it already. Initiation, Nicola doing good to keep close to him. Well, he was up until that point. Woo! Deep into that corner is Peter. Nicola doing his best to give chase, keep as close to him as he can. He sacrificed some of his line there to get close to him. Smart. Still loads of it just locked on. And for a first run of the day, that's a great one. We couldn't have asked for any more. What a way to kick it off. Let's see it again on the replay. whatever we can say, Nicola did put in a great effort to keep close to Peter, because that S15 is very fast. Not an easy one to keep up with. And up on screen right now we've got Kostas Sparsis and Andreas Papoudas up on screen for the second run of the day now. Two drivers that know each other very well. Kostas Sparsis is a very smooth driver. Kostas Konstantinou, as he is on the graphic, he's on the left side. Andreas Papoudas on the right. Sparsis will be leading. Papoudas will be chasing. Papoudas definitely a little bit of a kamikaze driver, and he's going to need it with the power that comes out of that R32 of Kostas. Winding on the lock already. Papoudas doing good to stay close to him. We're deep into that zone there, and again up against the wall. Lots of angle and smoke coming out of Sparsis going through Kuma. Papoudas doing a very good job of keeping trace by sacrificing a bunch of clipping the curb as they come round there. That looked like a big straighten up from Papoudas, so I'm not sure if everything is 100% okay there, because he was doing very well right up until that last section where it looked like he straightened up quite majorly. And from the time it took him to correct them, I'm thinking that it was maybe intentional. He might have had some kind of an issue with the car. One thing that all this wind is definitely helping with here today is the smoke. Here we've got the second run. Peter Kozlowski, Nicolas Nicolae, Batak. Batak will be leading this time on the left-hand side there in his BMW, as you can see. Peter Kozlowski will be chasing. Nicolas is a very technical driver, so let's see if he can throw anything up that might throw Peter off. Because that car behind him, if he can slow him down a bit, it'll help. But did he maybe dip a tire off there? Not sure. Peter giving chase, not letting him go anywhere, absolutely stuck to him, as you would expect from the reigning Drift champion. Oh, what happened there? I think Nicola lost his bumper. But what happened with Peter? Not really sure. Didn't get a good look at it, if I'm being honest. I think that is probably going to be a 10-0 in Peter's favor, but let's see the replay, see what happens here. I think Nicola might have clipped that cone as he exited. He dropped the wheel off there, that's for sure. Saw the dirt flicking up. Comes around here, where's the bumper? There's the bumper. Then he's quite shallow through there. Then Peter ends up on that cone. I think he was following him and didn't see that cone. Not really sure what happened there. I've got the second run of Sparsis and Papoudas. Papoudas will be leading this time. Sparsis will be chasing.
So it's 10-0 for Peter Kozlowski.
For sure feel there's a clear advantage to Kostas Sparsis from that first run of theirs, because Papudas straightened up quite a lot in the final section. Let's see if he'll be able to pull something out and overturn that, though. Papudas leading this time, Sparsis chasing, struggling to put that power down so he can keep close to Papudas from the beginning. Initiation from Papudas doing well there. Sparsis doing his best to catch up, putting on a good show, but deep into that zone there. Good bit of distance between them, but not too much. Nice angle from Papudas. Will it be enough, though, for Papudas to overturn the result of the first run? See the replay as well. Solid run from both drivers. I think this run of Papudas was a lot more of what we'd expect from him. That was a 6-4 in Kostas Sparsis' favor. So that's Kostas Sparsis going through to the next round. Up on screen now, guys, you can see Alexis Harizyorgiou on the left-hand side with Dimo Georgiev on the right-hand side in his S15. S15 versus S15. Actually, no, I'm going to correct myself there. That's an S14 rebodied. Here we go, though. Alexis Harizyorgiou leading, Dimo Georgiev chasing. Ooh, straight from the first corner. He is stuck to him. Dimo Georgiev not letting him go anywhere. Wider line there, though. Got a bit screwed coming through the middle. This is a track that he knows very well. Dimo Georgiev putting up a great fight as well, but we'll see, because he got a little bit squirrely going into Kuma, didn't have the car completely under control, so that's definitely going to go against him. See it again on the replay. Good start from both drivers. Dimo Georgiev having to scrub off a bunch of speed there, which I think might have been what upset him here. Here we've got Natalia Yoksak up on screen. alongside Christoforos Konstantinou, aka Tofis. Turbo-powered M3 engine on the left will be leading. Naturally aspirated V10 M5 engine on the right will be chasing. Here we go, this is going to be a good one. Nice angle from the first section, nice and wide as well, best to keep up, having a little bit of trouble getting right back in there, coming out of corner. Oh! Big wipe out of that cone, setting feet off track.
Βλέπουμε λοιπόν και το replay, όπως οι κριτές φαντάζομαι βλέπετε την ίδια εικόνα και εσείς, η κερκίδα την εθνική. Ο κριτής της Σκοπιάς 5 μας ενημέρωσε για δύο τροχούς έξω. Αυτό είναι με πλή.
That was a 10-0 in Natalia's favor. Absolutely no surprise there. Big wipeout from Christoforos Konstantinou coming out of Kuma there as they went towards that final section next to the leading to the finish line. And we've got Alexis Haris-Georgiou and Dimo Georgiev up on screen for their second run, where Dimo Georgiev will be leading this time and Alexis Haris-Georgiou will be chasing.
Θα κυνηγήσει λοιπόν ο Αλέξης Χάρης.
Not sure of the result from their first run. I think it was an 8-2, but let's see now that Dimo Georgiev is in front. He's made a lot of distance straight off the start line. Alexis Haris-Georgiou had a tough time. He went deep into that zone as well. How about the ball? Not bad at all there. Deep going into Kuma. Shallowed it up coming through there though. Pushing it wide, lots of angle there. There he is. Fantastic run from both drivers, but will it be enough from Dimo Georgiev to overturn the earlier result that had him at a disadvantage? And we'll see it on the replay now. Just look at how much distance Dimo Georgiev gets between him and Alexis Haris-Georgiou before the initiation. Just puts that traction down and just shoots off. For those of you that are newer watchers of the sport, traction is actually incredibly important in drifting. A lot of people think you need to have like a very stiff car so the car can slide around. That is not the reality. You need traction to put all that horsepower down. And to straighten up the car again, do the transitions, all of that stuff. Traction is very important on a drift car. We've got Tofis back on screen here. Tofis will be leading this time with Natalia chasing. Here we go. Tofis leading this time. Natalia chasing. Really bouncing off that limiter already, deep into that zone there from Tofis. He's really committed. He knows that he really needs to push it on this one to get through. Very aggressive from Natalia. She just follows from the Natalia clipped the curb there, but I don't think she put any wheels out. Somewhere just past the finish line, one of the two of them dipped another wheel out. I'm not sure who it was though. See on the replay again. Christoforos with the initiation here. Deep into that zone there. He really committed and he really needed to, because he was at a definite disadvantage after their first run. She was there following him every step of the way. Took that curve there with the front wheel, but I think she kept all wheels on track. It was a 7-3, I believe, in Christoforo Costandinou's favor from what I can hear. However, not enough for him to go through, and Natalia makes it through to the top 16. Up on screen now we can see Bambos Charalambous and Bolis Constantinou. Bambos Charalambous in that pink BMW, his new build for this year. Bolis Constantinou on the right hand side. He will be chasing. It's going to be a tough one for Bolis to overcome, that's for sure. Bambos is a very experienced driver, drifting, hill climb, well, drifting uphills, downhills, you name it. A very experienced driver. This new car of his is putting out upwards of 800 horsepower at the wheels, whereas Bolis is just above 300. It's going to be a tricky one for him, that's for sure. But let's see. Bolis got himself second on the podium earlier this year. Bambos putting that horsepower to work, opening up the distance. Not too deep into that zone there. Bolis doing well to keep close to him, not too far behind. Oh! Big mistake there from Bolis. Not the best driving, to be completely settled through the turnings, but that huge mistake from Bolis Constantinou is definitely going to cost him, and that's an uncharacteristic mistake from him, because he's used to driving against opponents with a lot more horsepower, and he's quite an experienced driver, so not something that I'd expect to see from him there. We'll see it again on the replay though. You can see as they go into Kuma, I think Boli maybe just over-committed there, didn't quite have the speed to carry it through either. Got David and George Chelebis up on screen now. David on the left in his 2J Power WD-40 sponsored S15. George Chelebis on the right in his KPS 13 SR20 powered, no less. David will be leading, George will be chasing. Took it a little bit easy coming out of the starting blocks there, which was a bit of a surprise. Not too deep there. George Chelebis doing his best to catch up with him though, but David quite distance. Looks to be struggling quite a bit. Good run from David though. What we've come to expect from him. One of the things that I have to say about David is that in the past he could be wildly inconsistent. There'd be one race where you'd see him on the podium, and then the next race where he wouldn't get out of the top 16. These woes seem to have changed with him in the last 2 years, and he's become a much more consistent driver. Mechanically, the car's much more consistent as well, which I think is something that David was definitely missing in years gone past. And we can see George Chelebis seem to be struggling keeping up from quite early on in the run there. That was a 10-0 in David's favor. No surprises there. Up on screen again, we've got Bambos Haralambos and Bolis Konstantinou. Bolis will be leading this time. Bambos will be chasing. Can he give Bambos some problems being a slower car and forcing Bambos to overtake? There we go. Deep into that wall section. Bambos giving a little bit of space. Ooh. Something went very wrong for Bambos Haralambos. This is the kind of run that we're more used to seeing out of Bolis Konstantinou. Just across the finish line, sideways across the finish line, dropped the wheel off into the field, past the finish line, unfortunately. Let's see if the judges will count it against him. That being said, though, with what we're seeing from Bambos Haralambos, I don't know if Bambos will be able to make it through to the top 16. You can see it again here. Bolis quite slow, but through no fault of his own. Bambos stayed behind him so he could stay close to him. Nice into that first zone there. Bolis doing nice and deep into that second one. And then when they come around Kuma, it all kind of goes wrong. It looks like Bambos had some kind of an issue with his steering, because it looked like the steering locked up or something and then just kept on going forward. Maybe a blown power steering. Not really sure. We've got Chelebis and David on the start line for their second run. David with a 10-0 advantage from their first run. I think the drivers are waiting on the starting grid now as Bambos' car is removed from the track. I can't see exactly from over here where we're sitting. I do see a flatbed though, so they must be having to flatbed the car out. Shame for Bambos Haralambos, because this is his new build for this year, but he's had a variety of problems with it throughout the season. He's had a couple of races where he's had to pull out due to mechanical difficulties, and it's just a shame, especially on this day, to see him having to withdraw due to mechanical difficulties, if that is the case. See the packed grandstands, one of the packed grandstands here at Athens Speedway today. Back to the start line, we've got George Chelebis lined up with David. George Chelebis has got quite a task on his hands with David having a 10-0 advantage from their first run. I think we can definitely say that it's a very much in-form David as well, considering that he finished the championship last month in second place. Very much on it this year. Just waiting for Bambos Haralambos to make his way back into the pits. He's currently being pulled by the flatbed. You'll be able to see him any second now. Oh no, unfortunately, I think I just heard from the guys on the other commentary team for the local live stream that it may have been a conrod on Bambos Haralambos' car. I hope not, for his sake. He won't be able to continue Bambos Haralambos, unfortunately, so that puts Bolis qualifying into the top 16 out of those two drivers. Always a shame when you have to see a driver go out like that. It's unfortunate, especially on an occasion like this where it's a European race and everybody wants to put their best foot forward and go down fighting. Ναι, αλλά είναι ok άμα είναι που δουν την πλευρά και να είναι κάτω από την ανάποδα.
Φοβερή φάση και δράμα. Εγώ ήταν τον Μπάμπο Χαραλάμπου να κάνει ατάκη στον γκολ του Ματερουάτ, σχέτως το 10-0, ήταν στο φτερό του και στο switch. Πάρα πολύ γρήγορο switch για να κερδίσει τα μέτρα που ήθελε.
Just a quick clean-up going on there. Considering the fact that there's that kind of clean-up going on, I think it must have been what I heard, and it was an engine failure. Unfortunate for Bambos Haralambos. What can we say? This is part of the game. We are back at the start line. I think we're just about ready to go again. We've got the marshal there checking on the drivers that they're ready to go. David in the WD-40 S15. George Chelabis on the left in the KPS 13 Eneos sponsored car, and George Chelabis will be leading this time with David chasing. He's got a big mountain and a big hurdle to jump over though, because David's got a 10-0 advantage from their first run. Can George Chelabis overturn that? Can he force an error out of David? It's a difficult one considering that David will be behind him. Here we go though. Car getting squirrely coming off the start line. David giving him a bit of space there for the initiation. Nice initiation from Chelabis. David staying back deep into that first zone from George. Nice one here as well. Tons of angle. Ooh, too much. Far too much commitment from George Chelabis there. I think he was trying to go all out. And that's David making his way through to the top 16.
Και έχουμε ένα 10-0 πάλι για τον David που περνάει στην επόμενη φάση.
So David makes his way through to the top 16 where he will be meeting Bolis Konstantinou now that Bambos Charalambos has had to withdraw. Up on screen we can see Pavel Hudacek on the right hand side in his VQ twin turbo powered 350Z. Something seriously wrong there. Ooh. Nikos Zappos carries on though. Brilliant run from him. Absolutely tearing through the course here. But what happened to Pavel Hudacek there? Not sure what happened. I think maybe he was just going too fast and just got the initiation completely wrong. Here we can see again, Nikos Zappos initiates. Yeah, he was carrying just way too much speed and couldn't keep it under control. Ended up in the infield. I think that's going to be a clear 10-0 in favor of Nikos Zappos. He handled it well though. There wasn't that much else that he could do. I mean, he definitely did his best to avoid hitting Nikos Zappos, and he just about managed that one, thankfully. Here we've got Christiana interviewing Maurice Kouloumas, who is the head of the Cyprus Automobile Association. Just trying to think of the correct translation there. That's about as close as I can get. Very active president as far as motorsport's concerned in Cyprus, because we are a motorsport mad island, whether it's drifting, rallying, time attack, drag racing, motocross, motard when it comes to bikes. We've always got a very packed calendar throughout the year here. Made worse by our super hot summers, so we've got to have that summer break as well. Here we go again though, Nikos Zappos and Pavel Hudacek. Pavel is leading this time. Listen to that twin turbo 350. This is a bit more of what we'd expect. Deep into that zone there. Close to the wall. Nikos Zappos doing his best to be chasing, but staying very close to him all the way to the corner. Don't think it'll be quite enough for Pavel Hudacek to overcome the first. All the way across the finish line. Definitely more of what we were expect to see from him, so it was a shame that the first run went the way that it did. Up on screen here we can see Stavros Grillis on the left, who will be leading, and Panayotis Michail aka Pandesha on the right, who will be chasing. Pandesha, one of the most longest tenured drivers in the Cypriot Drift Championship, over a decade. Stavros Grillis, despite his young age, almost the same. If I'd have to give it to one of these drivers through experience, it would have to be through Stavros. It would have to be Stavros though. Nice initiation there. This is a track he knows very well. Deep through there. Let's see how. Ooh, nice up on the wall. Mikhail gets a little bit squirrely through there, losing it, but just about managing to keep it under control, coming through Kuma. Lots of angle from Stavros though. Not too much angle. Coming past the finish line though, Stavros was very tidy and Bandesha behind him ended up off track. So let's see how the judges give that, because they don't like seeing a car lose control immediately or shortly after the finish line, because it means that the car wasn't under correct control in the first place. That's an 8-2 in Stavros Grilli's favor. 8-2. No surprise there, to be honest. Here we go, up on screen now. We've got Dragis Christofi, aka Tagamura, on the left, the ultimate kamikaze, followed by Stelios Zacharia. He is also a kamikaze since using this car. But what's going on? Deep into that corner is Tagamura. Stelios Zacharia not doing too well to keep up. Ooh, completely losing it through Kuma. Tagamura putting on a sweet show. Tidy run from Dagis Tagamura. Dimitrakis Christofi, guys, for everybody that isn't familiar with him, he is the oldest driver in the Cypriot Championship. I think he's in his late 60s, if I'm not mistaken. I can never exactly remember. But he's definitely one of the maddest drivers. It doesn't matter that he's the oldest driver, he's definitely one of the maddest. And we're very much used to hearing that anti-lag just going insane coming out of whatever car he was driving. He was previously running an E30 BMW. He's been championing this car, campaigning this car for the past 2 years. Stelios Zacharia has been in this E30 BMW last season and this season, and he's been very aggressive with it compared to the way that he used to drive his E36 M3. He was very aggressive with that as well, but this E30 is turbocharged, so he's got a little bit more leeway there. Here we've got the second run though of Stavros Grillis and Bandesha. Bandesha will be leading this time. Let's see if he can throw anything up to kind of throw Stavros Grillis off track and overturn that big advantage that Stavros has from their first run, because it was an 8-2 run from their first one. Stavros Grillis, we've got nothing but the best to say about him. Always with a smile on his face, always up for a laugh. When he gets in that car though, all bets are off. Whether it's this car that he keeps here, but that AE86 that he campaigns through Europe. Brilliant, brilliant driver. Stavros is very comfortable in this car because it's the car that he has the most. This is the car that he started with. But here we go. Bandesha leading. Stavros Grillis chasing. Stavros Grillis with an 8-2 advantage from their first run. Let's get it. Good so far from Bandesha. Deep into those corners there. Stavros staying stuck to him. Not letting him go anywhere. Tons of angle as well, slowing down quite a bit to give him a bit space to transition. Oh, forced a big error from the chase position. Could that have been a blown tyre, or is that piece of tyre debris that he picked up when he came off track? I'm not sure. Let's have another look at it here. Good initiation from Bandesha, but Stavro, right from the off, from the initiation, was determined that he was just going to stick to him the entire run. Like you can see here, he's super close to him, didn't give him any space going into Kuma, stayed close to him, and then just really reeled him in coming out of it. Something went wrong there. I'm not sure if it was with the steering, whether he blew that rear tire. (10-0) in Stavroglili's favor. No surprises there. Here though we can see Stelios Zacharias and Takis Takamura up on screen as Dimitrakis Christofi. Stelios will be leading this time on the left hand side. Takamura will be chasing. Takamura definitely has a big advantage from their first run. Stavros making his way back to the pits. I think I'm hearing that was a 10-0 in Takamura's favor from their first run, which wouldn't be a surprise, and it's quite something to overturn because he's a very experienced driver and he'll be in the chase position. I mean, even though the judges have said that they never want to see safe battles when somebody has a 10-0 advantage and then they have to chase, you can still play it safe without playing it completely safe, giving the lead driver a bit more space without having to push too much, because that 10-0 is a big cushion. Here we go then, let's see what's going to happen. Stelios Zacharia out of the starting blocks, Takamura chasing down to the initiation point. Ooh, Stelios initiated quite early there. Not too deep into that first zone. Takamura staying on him though, straightening up quite a bit there. Tidied it up nicely. Real Stelios Zacharias in. Big problem. Nothing's ever a guarantee in drifting. That was a really good run from Stelio actually, whereas Takamura chasing, not so much. Could this go down to one more time? Let's see what the verdict's going to be, because if it's a 10-0 in Stelios Zacharias' favor, they'll run again. And they're going to a one more time. That's a 10-0 in Stelios Zacharias' favor. So the Dragis Christofi, Takamura and Stelios Zacharias will go for a one more time. See which one of the two will get into the top 16. Up on screen now though, we've got Bambos Nicolau leading and Andreas Andreu aka Wax chasing. LS versus 2J. Good commitment from Bambos Nicolau right there, deep into that first zone. Wax with him all the way. Lot of commitment from Bambos Nicolau. Went wrong. Wax had to overtake him. And then it just went from bad to worse for Bambos Nicolau's complete spin out there. Now keep in mind that the judges on many occasions have said they do not want to see drift drivers overtaking a lead driver just because they can, because that's a problem when you come up against smaller cars, lower powered cars. Sorry, it's an issue. But in this case, it was a big fault forced out of Bambos Nicolau, and Wax just took his opportunity and blew past him. I'm pretty sure that... Yep. There would have been a collision otherwise, and that's exactly how the judges have seen it as well. They've given Wax a 10-0 advantage. That's incredible for him, getting a 10-0 advantage from their first run where he was from the chase position. It definitely gives him a big advantage going into their second run where he'll be leading. There we see it again. Bambos did pretty much everything he could just to keep the car on track. Guys, at this point in time, I'd just like to say a big thank you to the Cyprus Ministry of Commerce, even, the Cyprus Athletic Federation and the Cyprus Automotive Federation as well, our main sponsors that have really helped everything happen this weekend. Up there though, you can see Gediminas Levikas leading his E92 BMW 2JZ powered, chased by Vasilis Christoforou 2JZ powered E30. Having trouble there, but keeping up behind him nicely. Lots of angle. That was an absolutely great one from Gediminas Levikas and from Vasilis Christoforou. Vasilis Christoforou unfortunately has been quite inconsistent this year and last, and I think his team have been working hard on the car, so it's really good to see him back in there doing the kind of runs that we know he's capable of. Here we have Bambos Nicolau and Andreas Andreu, aka Wax, back on the start line. Wax will be leading this time and Bambos Nicolau will be chasing. Wax with a 10-0 advantage from their first run, due to that very big error from Bambos Nicolau. They're ready, and we're off. Here we go. Nice initiation from Wax there. Deeper into that corner by Bambos Nicolau. Slowed him down a lot. And the cones are gone. That's Wax through to the top 16. And he's just gone past the finish line. Big error from Bambos Nicolau, completely uncharacteristic, as was the first one, which makes me think Bambos really must be struggling with something with the car, because these kind of errors are not errors that we see out of drivers experienced as here, and a car that he's been campaigning for many years now. You can see it here, definitely he's been having trouble with the car. He's not a driver that you'd see make an error like that in back-to-back battles. Here we've got Vasilis Christoforou and Gediminas Levikas back on the start line. Vasilis will be leading this time. Gediminas will be chasing. Two BMWs, two 2Js, two very different drivers. Vasilis Christoforou will be leading. Gediminas is chasing. Ooh! Making sure that he's not letting Vasili go anywhere. Definitely something that I'm starting to notice from the European drivers, that they're very aggressive and that proximity is everything to them. Either cars, pretty much from the initiation. Brilliant run from both drivers there.
Πέτες οι προηγούμενοι πέρασε γκόμπλ ο Βασίλης ο Χριστοφόρου. Όμως πριν 6-4 τον Τζεντίμινας Λεβίσκας. 6-4 for the Τζεντίμινας Λεβίσκας will get him in the next phase.
Up on screen, guys, sorry for the graphic there, disregard that. Up on screen now we have George Christoforou on the left, aka Elagogo, and Andros Antoniou on the right. Elagogo, second place in the championship standings for the Drift Kings European Series this year. He is very much on point. He's had some mechanical issues throughout the year, had some leading up to this weekend. The team have been on top of it from what I understand, but here we go. George Christoforou, the multiple-time Cypriot champion, leading, Andros Antoniou chasing. What are we going to see out of Elagogo today? Deep into that first zone, opened up plenty of distance between him and Andros, heading into Lima. Brilliant run of Gogo right here, tons of angle, tons of smokes, opening up the distance, dropping another second, makes his way to the as I think as is usually the case with Elagogo at these runs, academic. This is what we'd expect from Gogo. Gogo in the Cypriot Championship has been pretty much unchallenged for years now at the level that him and his team have been operating in, and he really proved how much of a level he is on as a driver, competing through Europe this season. Not easy when you're coming from Cyprus. It's not as easy as it is for some of the European drivers, even though we do understand it's super difficult for everybody. You've got to take trucks and everything, but definitely a very hard ordeal when you're flying out from an island, making his way all the way to second in the championship this year. We're very proud of him. We're proud to have him, and of the driver and the human being that he is. Here up on screen now, we've got Neophilos Figardou on the left, who will be leading, Panayiotis Nikolaou on the right hand side, who will be chasing. Panayiotis Nikolaou's nickname is Panayis for anybody that's never heard it before, and he campaigns a 4G63 turbo powered Sapporo. Yes, that's what that is. Absolute lad. There's been many occasions over a drift weekend where he's absolutely just like torn the car to pieces, run it back to the garage, been back the next day ready to go again. Neophilos Figardou, one of the younger drivers in the championship over the last few years while he's been studying in the UK, flies back and forth for drift weekends so that he can still compete in the championship. Both mainstays of the Cyprus Drift Championship for sure. And they're off. Neophilos Figardou leading, Panayis Nikolaou chasing. What are we going to see from them? Nice initiation from Figardou. Deep into that first zone, Panayis Nikolaou has been left well behind it. Sunshine and smoke from Figardou. Love to see it. Clear through corner where Panayis Nikolaou is nowhere to be seen. He's a good distance behind him. Very nice run from Neophilos Figardou right there. Good run from Panayis Nikolaou as well, from what we could see of it, because he was quite a distance behind Figardou in this game. See it on the replay again. I think straight off out of the starting blocks. I'm not sure what went wrong there. Maybe he missed a gear or something, because he ended up quite far behind and he could never quite make up that distance. Here we're going to see the second run of Andros Antoniou and Elagogo. Andros will be leading this time and Elagogo will be chasing. Andros was also campaigning through the European Series of Drift Kings this year. Had a lot of mechanical problems along the way though. Had an unfortunate accident in one of the rounds as well. Let's see what's going to happen here though. Big advantage to George Christoforou aka Elagogo from their first run. Andros Antoniou leading this time, Elagogo chasing. Gogo giving him some distance and then starting to close up already, deep into that first zone. Lots of angle, good proximity from Ela Gogo there. Shallow line into Kuma. I think Andro took out 1 or 2 of those cones though. There you can see on the side of Gediminas's car it says drift happens. Slight little side note for you guys right there. Gediminas, his team's name is the Drift Happens team, and Sandra is his wife that's campaigning the multicolored E36 with the 4.4 litre V8. So it's always good to see a husband and wife team. We've got the second run, Banais and Neofitos Figardou. Banais Nicolau leading this time, Figardou chasing. Neofitos Figardou with a big advantage from their first run. Early initiation from Banais. This is more of what we're used to seeing from him. The rest of the run was quite good from Banais Nicolau, but Figardou with a big advantage from their first run. And it's going to be a one more time, no surprise there. Big advantage to the one driver from the first run that they did, big advantage to Banais Nicolau in the second run, so that's going to be another one more time. Yeah, he straightened up quite a lot there going into Kuma. Here we go with Sergio Grigoriou, Sergio Grigoriou, the reigning 2022 champion, deep into that first corner. Can Chrysanthopoulos keep? Yes, he's keeping pace very well right here through Kuma. Sergio opens up the distance from Kuma, though, that's for sure. Brilliant run from Sergio. Turbo powered M3 E46 pushing close to 800 wheel horsepower.
έχει πιο νωρίς, δεν έφυγε ο Σέριος, κάτι τέτοιο κατάλαβα, θα το ακούσετε πιστεύω στο replay.
And start, I look the TV there.
We've got Christiana on screen. Not sure if you guys can see her doing an interview with Kostas Christoforou, who is one of the semi-pro drivers here in the Cyprus Drift Championship, with his son there. Back on the start line here we have Simos Tikis and Sandra Janoskaite. As I mentioned before, Sandra is Gediminas' wife. That car's powered by a 4.4 litre BMW V8. Simos Tikis BMW powered by a 2J. Now here we go with Sandra leading this time. Simos Tikis chasing. Whoa! Ooh, definitely committed too hard on that initiation there. Coming through there. Not sure what happened there. I mean, it all went wrong for Sandra on the initiation. That's 10-0 and Simos Tikis' advantage. Simos Tiki goes through through to the top 16. Fortunately, Sandra's day ends here. Up on screen, we've got Sergio Gregoriou back for the second battle with Chrysanthopoulos. Chrysanthopoulos will be leading this time from that position he's in there. Sergio will be chasing. Slight advantage to Sergio from their first run. Hang on a sec, I think the marshal was just about to give them the sign to get started. Not sure what's going on. We saw Sandra Janoskaite in the background there, just making her exit back towards the pits. Simos Tikis behind her there in the corner. Here we go, Chrysanthopoulos and Gregoriou. Chrysanthopoulos leading this time, Gregoriou chasing. Sergio doing his best to keep close to him, getting a little bit of distance there going into corner, tightening it up, that's for sure, not giving him much space to breathe, doesn't really make him a chance. Did he get the wheel off track there? Sergio did a good job there from the leading position, but Chrysanthopoulos did better than his first run, but I think that advantage will go to Sergio, seeing him through to the top 16. We're back to the other side of the bracket now with Kyriakos Mariou and Wojtek Safar, sorry, my mistake. 2JZ powered S13 on the left, 1JZ powered S14 on the right. Kyriakos Mariou, aka Tsodas, will be leading this one, with Wojtek Safar chasing.
Στην επόμενη φάση όμως το συγκεκριμένο game το πήρε ο Χρυσανθόπουλος.
Kyriakos Mario on the left side, Wojtek Safar on the right side. Here we go. Which one of these two are going to book their place in the top 16? Early initiation from Tsoda there, very early, but he's keeping it on lockdown. Not too deep into that first zone. Wojtek cutting on the inside to close the distance. Served him well as he's getting closer to him as they come out of Kuma. Brilliant run from Tsoda. To be used to seeing from him. All the way through to the finish line. That 2J that pushes out close to 1,000 horsepower at the wheels with the nitrous. I think that's going to be a clear advantage for Solas because Wojtek did not seem to be having a good time with that car, and from the chasing position there was times when the car looked unsettled and that he was kind of battling with it quite a bit to keep up. Here we're back on the start line for the run between Stelios Zacharia and Dimitrakis Christofi, aka Takamura, because we didn't get a result from the first two runs that they did. We've gone to a one more time with these two. Let's see which one of the drivers will manage to book their place in the top 16. Takamura leading, Zacharia chasing. Under smoke before we're even into that first cut. Nice and deep there from both drivers, not too much on the wall though. Takamura opening up a big amount of distance between him and Zacharia. Brilliant. Very fast run through there, but Takamura is known for being a very fast driver. He initiates with usually the highest numbers that the speed trap catches are usually him. We're back on the start line now for Wojtek Safar against Kyriakos Mario aka Tsodas. Wojtek will be leading this time and Tsodas will be chasing. Tsodas definitely got an advantage from their first run. Let's see what Wojtek can pull out though. Good initiation. Tsodas making sure that he initiates quite far back. Deep through there, nice one. Close enough to the wall. Tsodas not giving him much space to move there. Tsodas just stuck to him pretty much. Brilliant run from both drivers, but it's questionable if that'll be enough from Safar to push him through to the top 16. Brilliant twin from both drivers there, smooth, exactly the way that we like to see it. Here we're going to see the other one more time on that we've been waiting for, Figardu and Banais Nicolaou. Figardu will be leading this time, Banais will be chasing. Collection of mistakes from either driver in the two runs that we saw before. That was a 7-3 in Safar's favour, but it wasn't enough considering the first run, so Tsodas makes his way through to the top 16 and Safar bows out at this point in time. Now let's see between Figardu and Banais Nicolaou who will make their way through to the top 16.
freezer there. Ναι.
Here we can see Safar and Solas in the back there, taking their leave, heading back to the pits.
Περιμένουμε να δούμε τι θα γίνει στην επόμενη τους μάχη. Ενώ στη γραμμή κινήσεις έχει κάτσει ο νεόφυτος Φικάρδο με Παναγιώτη Βελάου για άλλη μια φορά. Είναι το δεύτερο time που έχουμε δει σήμερα.
We're pretty much almost there, getting to the top 16, just waiting for these last couple of runs. Other than that, everything is set for the top 16 battles. We just need to see which one of these two drivers will book their place. Not sure what's going on, and Figardo and Pananis are being led off the start line. Here we are. We're going for the other run of Stelios Zacharias and Dimitrakis Christofi, because they were also on one more time. Advantage to Takamura on the right hand side that you can see there in the orange BMW from the last run that they did. Stelios Zacharias will be leading this time though. And that's the start. Here we go. Stelios Zacharias leading. Dimitrakis Christofi, Takamura chasing. Which one of these two drivers will book their place in the top 16? Dimitrakis Christofi making sure he stays close to Stelios Zacharias. Didn't want to sacrifice too much on him, but he did a lot. Straight up right there. Big mistake from him. Will we get a result today? This is probably going to end up a 10-0 in Stelios Zacharias' favor. Big straightening up error from Takamura, and then he put a wheel, maybe two, off track there. And it's a 10-0 to Stelios Zacharias, who will go through to the next round. He will face Stavros Grillis in the top 16. Stelios Zacharias up against Stavros Grillis in the top 16 battles now that he's made his way through. And here we are with the final battle to determine who the last driver will be in the top 16. Will it be Neofilos Figardo on the left, or will it be Panaïs Nicolaou on the right? Figardo with the initiation there. Big commitment from Figardo there. He managed to keep it under control, but not long enough. Panaïs Nicolaou carries on drifting behind him. What's he going to do? He's got to adapt to the lead driver. Figardo doing the rest of the run straight though. Could it be mechanical error? best run from Banayi Nicolau, to be fair. But that being said, it was a good showing, and there was, see, here's where it all went wrong. Figardo overcommitted there. He managed to tidy it up, but then he just lost it halfway through Kuma. That's going to count against him massively. Here we can see somebody at the start line shoes. Not too sure why. See the rest of the Drift Kings team there on the start line. Here we go, the second run. I think that was the marshal on the start saying it was a 10-0 in Banayi Nicolau's favour from the first run. Let's see how this run goes. Good commitment from Figardo, maybe a bit too much. Can get the car down under control. Banayi Nicolau doing well for himself, but can Figardo keep the control behind him? It seems like he's having a tough time. Ooh, it's all gone wrong. Banayi Nicolau carries on very well. I think pretty much all of the fault on that was on Figardo. He tried to put on as much pressure for as long as, and from as early as possible, and it just didn't work out for him. He couldn't keep the car under control. Yeah, we're going to see it on the replay again here. I think from very early off, you can see he cuts in. He's carrying a lot of speed here. He has to scrub speed to avoid hitting Banayi. Car gets all squirrely and then keeps it under control-ish, and then right there again. Not to take anything away from Banayi Nicolau, though, very nice run from him. Definitely feel like these runs are getting better from him as the day progresses, as we work through the battles, because those first couple of runs between the two of those drivers were not tidy at all. Got a bunch of drivers on the back straight here at Aachen Speedway lining up over there, waiting for their turn to head to the start line. You can see them up in the top left there. Banayi Nicolau and Neofidos Figardo driving down into the pit lane, as you can see as well. Who have we got on the start line though? I think that's Peter Kozlowski and Kostas Parsis from what I can see from here. It looks like a white S15 and a black R32. Yep. That'll be the first run of the top 16. It's going to be a show. Twin turbo LS against the RB30. Peter Kozlowski will be leading this year's European Drift Kings champion. You can see the burnout box up in the top right there, where the cars get ready, heat up their tires before they go to the start line. Not sure what we're waiting on exactly here. Just want to take this occasion to say another big thank you to the Cyprus Ministry of Commerce, the Cyprus Athletic Federation and the Cyprus Automotive Federation as well as our major sponsors for this weekend. Big thank you. Big shout out to everybody that's watching from across Europe and around the world. Drop a comment down below in the comments section where you're listening to us from. We love to see it. This is James from the J-Spot coming to you live from Akhna Speedway for the 2022 Drift Kings Cyprus Superfinal. Cyprus drivers, European drivers, there you go. Peter Kozlowski on the left there with his twin-turbo LS-powered S15. Current reigning champion of the Drift Kings European Series. Gun driver and definitely a gun car. That car is an absolute weapon. Here we go though. Kozlowski leading, Sparsis chasing. Initiates quite early, thus Peter is getting in there though. Sparsis doing his best in this chase. Can't see him for the smoke, there he is. Ooh, can he keep it under control? He's lost a lot of speed there. Speed and flow. Kozlowski coming out of the other side, tons of anger, tons of smoke. His best to keep up, tough time of it. Ooh, straightened up a little bit there. Definitely going to count against him. It's a 10-0 in Peter's favor. 10-0. Up on screen here, we have Alexis Haris-Georgiou up against Natalia Iocsak from Romania. Alexis Haris-Georgiou, one of the newer drivers in the Cyprus Drift Championship, been racing for the past, I think this is his third season that he's raced in. Many changes to the car in that time. He practices a lot though, which has really helped him up his game and get to the level that he needs to be at. But can he overcome Natalia? There's a reason they call her the babyface killer. She is a brilliant driver. Alexis Haris-Georgiou will be leading this one. She will be chasing. She already knocked out Christoforos Konstantinou in the top 32 bracket. Here we go, Alexis Haris-Georgiou leading, Natalia Iocsak chasing. Early initiation from Alexis Haris-Georgiou. Natalia making sure that she stays close to him, doesn't give him much breathing space, gets deep in there. She sacrifices the deck to stay close to him, does work for it. Look at this, coming through Kuma, tons of proximity. Where is she? Oh, and they spin out. Big error from Alexis Haris-Georgiou. Did she force that though? She might well have done. .10-0 in Natalia's favor from what I'm hearing already. 10-0. She was doing a brilliant job behind Alexis Haris-Georgiou, but coming out of Kuma, he just lost control of the car and spin out. She had no choice but to let the same thing happen to avoid a collision. Yeah, you can see it again on the replay there. Back for the second run between Kostas Sparsis and Peter Kozlowski. 10-0 advantage is what Peter carries into this battle. Very difficult one for Kostas Sparsis to get through when he's up against that. Kostas Sparsis starting the initiation early there though. Peter staying close to him, making sure he's on the inside, not giving Kostas any space to breathe. He's definitely pressuring him already. Kuma, close to him, barely any distance between either one of the cars. This is what we love to see. This is drifting. What happened there? There was a spin out coming just past that section. I think Peter Kozlowski lost it just after the finish line, and that works against him. Let's see how the judges are gonna grade it, though. We can see brilliant run for the most part for all of the rest of it. He's on the inside continually. We can see he follows Costa through there, very close to him, and then somewhere here, just past the finish line, he laid on some more angle and lost control of it. That will probably count against him, but how much, considering he had a 10-0 advantage from their first run? They were past the finish line, but as I mentioned before, the judges always want to see that, you know, the driving is tidy even past the finish line, because when it isn't, it's an indication that the car was never actually under control going through the finish line. See, I think he just laid on more angle as he came through the finish line. I'm not exactly sure why. Here we go for the second run between Natalia and Alexis Harris. Natalia's leading this time, Alexis Harris chasing. She has a 10-0 advantage from their first run from Alexis Harris. Big mistake, but he doesn't want to leave anyone on the pressure on, staying as close to her as he can from here. Struck off a lot of speed doing what he just did there. Will it come back to bite him? Nice smooth run from Natalia coming out of Kuma. Great from Alexis Harris, you great driving from him, but I really don't think it's enough to overturn the earlier result and push him through to the top 8. See on the replay again. Guys, make sure he closes up the distance from the initiation. Stays close to her here, but as he comes past the wall, lays on too much angle and loses quite a lot of speed going into Kuma. It's a 7-3 in Natalia's favor. Puts her through to the top 8. Who have we got up next? We've got somebody on the start line. It looks like David's car from what I can see. Peter Kozlowski driving past them there, heading back to the pits. Some more drivers heading to the start line. Again, a massive thank you to our sponsors for the weekend, the Cyprus Ministry of Commerce, the Cyprus Athletic Federation, the Cyprus Automotive Federation. Big thank you. This weekend wouldn't be possible without our sponsors. So our sponsors have been crucial to us for the last couple of years here in Cyprus, as they have been to most of the drift championships around Europe and around the world with everything that's been going on. As you can see, all the cars. Very busy day here at Athens Speedway. Oh wow, this car's parked a lot further than I thought they would be. Something that I've just heard my fellow commentators on the other channels saying is how they'd love to see a final between Peter Kozlowski and El Agogo, and I can't say that I wouldn't want to see the same, considering that those two drivers finished first and second in the European Drift Kings season this year. I think that would be a fantastic one and a fantastic way to end the day here, but we'll see. Who knows? Might happen, might not. Everything left to play for. There's no guarantees when it comes to drifting. There's no guarantees ever when it comes to racing, but definitely there's always plenty of upsets when it comes to drifting. You've got David doing a run. He was waiting on the start line. From what I know, he was supposed to be going up against Bolis Costandino. For some reason, though, Bolis Costandino couldn't make it to the start line because David's doing a full-blown run all by himself here. Question is, where is Bolis Costandino? That definitely looked like a solo buy run right there to put himself into the top 8. Bolis Costandino nowhere to be seen though. Here we've got Kyriakos Mario aka Tsodas on the left and Nikos Zachos on the right. Tsodas will be leading on this run, Zachos will be chasing. Here we go, what are we going to see out of these two drivers? So that's billowing smoke well before the initiation, going for it, Zachos staying stuck to him, determined to not let Solas have much space, taking a shallow line for the rest of the keep the distance. Closing up, coming out of Puma. Phenomenal driving from both drivers and across the line. Brilliant, brilliant driving from those two. You can see them on the replay now. So that's lighting up those tires, hitting the initiation. Zachos determined to stay close to him from the first corner and did a very good job of it. Still waiting for the score on that one though. I haven't heard the score. I'd say that was pretty even though. I think it's going to be quite a close one, either a 6-4 or a 5-5 for those two. Got the cars lined up on the back straight here at Athens Speedway, waiting to see who's making their way towards the start line. That looks like Stavros Grillis. As always, plenty to play for. Got a couple of drivers that we thought we'd see doing well this weekend. Bambos Haralambos, Bambos Nicolao, Bambos Tsouris. I've just realized after saying that it's three Bambos But yeah, I mean, two of them bowing out. Bambus Tsuris bowing out from yesterday due to mechanical difficulties. Bambus Karalambus today, and then Bambus Nikolaos, those mechanical difficulties leading to him spinning out. Still plenty to play for everybody else that's still in the game, though, as we work our way through this top 16 bracket. Nikos Zachos leading this time, Tsodas chasing. Who is going to book their way in the top 8 from these two drivers? Good initiation from Zachos. Tsodas doing his best to get chase there and not letting him go. Brilliant run from Zachos right here. Through Kuma. Tsodas doing a phenomenal job. Keeping pace. In out. And there it is. That was an absolutely brilliant run from both drivers again up until that point. Let's see it on the replay. I think that's pretty much Nikos Zachos' place in the top 8 booked, because they were quite close from their first run, but that's a major fault from Tsodas in the chasing position. Here we can see it didn't give him any room to breathe. He was right on him the entire time. Speed, angle, proximity. And then it all went wrong after they came out of Kuma. Where is it? Right there. He tries to transition the car to the other side of the track. Loses it and spins out. Never want to see a driver go out from something like that. Here up on screen now, guys, you can see Stavros Grillis and Stelios Zacharia on the other side of the top 16 bracket. E30s, one left-hand drive, one right-hand drive, both turbocharged. Stelios Zacharia has been campaigning this car for the last 2 years. This is the ex-Con Raceworks E30 for people that remember that. And on the left-hand side, Stavros Grillis' car. This is the car from that viral video over a decade ago of a 9-year-old in a go-kart track in Greece. Stavros Grillis is very intimate with this car. He knows it inside out. It's the car he learned how to drift on, and it's the car that he always races here in Cyprus. We'll see though. Always everything to play for. Grillis will be leading in this run. Zacharia will be chasing. Definitely feel that this E30 has helped Stelios Zacharia become a lot more aggressive as a driver, thanks to the power that this car has coming from that turbocharged engine as opposed to the naturally aspirated engine in his E36 M3. Zacharia also apparently said at the last race that this would probably be his final race in the Cyprus Drift Championship. I don't know. Hopefully not. We'll see though. For the time being though, Stavros Grillis leading, Stelios Zacharias chasing. Which one of these two drivers will book their place in the top 8? Great initiation from Stavros Grillis. Didn't take it too deep there. Nice up against the wall. Tons of angle. Going into Kuma. Good speed and angle. He's left Stelios Zacharias quite a distance behind. Nice and across the finish line. Not much between those two drivers in that run. I'd say the slight advantage probably goes to Grillis, but only slightly.
Ο Τσόδας περνάει στην επόμενη φάση λόγω του δεν που έχει τώρα με τον Ζάχο. Και γι' αυτό ο Τσόδας στην επόμενη φάση και περιμένουμε την κριτική τώρα του Γκρίλη με τον Ζαχαρία.
Who have we got up here? There we go, we've got Andreas Andreu, aka Wax, up against Gediminas Levikas. And we're off with Gediminas Leviskas leading and Wax chasing. He put tyres off there just coming out of the start though. Is that going to count against him? What's going to happen? Great initiation, tons of smoke already. Wax making sure that he stays close to him, but I think some of the Cypriot drivers will realize that proximity is really going to count today, the way that the Europeans are coming at them. Coming through Kuma, tons of smoke out of that E92. Super tight on that. Wax definitely had to back off a little bit to give him some space. I want to see this. I want to see this on the replay. Let's see off the start line though, because I think Gediminas, not sure if they're going to count that against him where he dips those tires off the track. Great initiation though. Wax doing good to stay as close as possible to him. Great through Kuma from both of them. Tons of angle and smoke. Gediminas, Wax, and then somewhere here, yeah, Wax put on a little bit too much pressure coming through Kuma, so he had to back off to let Gediminas get back in front of him and flip the car over. Big advantage to Gediminas coming out of that one because of that mistake that Wax made as they came out of Kuma. Now we've got Stelios Zacharia right here leading, Stavros Grilis chasing. The battle of the E30s going on right here. Not too deep on either one is Stelios right there. Going through Kuma well so far. There's good amount of angle and speed. Stavros trying to close up the distance, and I think he's managed it all very well. Close proximity to Stelio all the way to the finish line and across. We're going to have the second run between Gediminas Leviskas and Andreas Andreu, aka Wax. Wax will be leading this time. Leviskas will be chasing. And Stavros Grilis has booked his way into the top 8. Who's going to meet him there? Is it going to be Gediminas? Is it going to be Andreas? Wax versus Levisas. Oh! Bonnet's off. What's going on? Is he carrying on? He's carrying on. He does not care. He's like, I'm going to get this, I'm going to get through, and then I'm going to worry about the bonnet later. All the way out wide. What an effort from Gediminas right there. That is absolutely mad. The bonnet came off and he just carried on to the best of his abilities. I think anybody's abilities right there, but he put on a damn good show of it. Let's see it again on the replay. We can see it. He's pressuring Wax right there. Somewhere though, what happens? No, I was going to say maybe Wax tagged the front of his car that led to it. I'm not sure though. Judges are looking at it again though. Got El Agogo lined up on the start there, up against Banais Nicolau. This is going to be a tough one for Banais for sure. Experience and power very much on the side of El Agogo. Second place in the Drift Kings European Championship this year. 4-time Cypriot Championship for the last 4 years with a small interruption, and then a 3-time before that. The level that Gogo's team operates on is absolutely next level. Still watching the replays from Wax and Levisas' run.
Ήταν αν ξέρεις από τώρα, αφενός, αφετέρου χάσαμε και το κακό.
And it looks like Gediminas is getting the advantage. Gediminas levels us through to the top 8 where he will face Stavros Grillis. We go Ela Coco leading, Banais Nicolau chasing. Ela Coco already opening up the distance. This is going to be quite a battle for Banais Nicolau, an experienced driver for sure. Angle and speed coming through Kuma there for Ela Coco. Banais Nicolau doing his best to catch up and not doing a good job. Absolutely on a tear, pulling away. On the start line, we can see Simo Tiki up against Sergio Gregoriou right here. Up on screen, we're looking at Sergio Gregoriou on the right-hand side, who will be chasing Simos Tikis on the left-hand side. Sergio Gregoriou, this year's Cyprus Drift Championship, Cyprus Drift champion, hoping to see him make his way all the way to the podium today as well. Both brilliant drivers. Simos Tikis leading, Sergio Gregoriou chasing. Good start from both drivers. Let's see how they make it through that first turn. Absolutely brilliant. Decided to keep quiet for that one so we could just watch the show. Brilliant driving from both of them. I think the only thing that I can say, if anything, there was a slight error from Sergio coming around that last turn there as they head towards the finish line. Car got a little bit out of his control and he had to kick it sideways again. Brilliant driving from Simon Tiki. I have to say, he's a driver that started in the championship about 6 years ago, if I'm not mistaken. Campaigned for a couple of years in semi-pro, took a couple of years out, came back last year, won the semi-pro championship. He's in pro this year and he did very well for himself this year. But now up on screen we've got Banais Nicolau leading, Ela Coco chasing. Ela Coco with a big advantage from their first run. Is he going to play it safe? Is he going to give Banais Nicolau a little bit of distance, or is he going to lay on the pressure? By the look of it, he's going to lay on the pressure. He's not giving him much space at all coming through Kuma here. Tightening up on him through the exit there. Staying very close to him on that last turn right there. Gogo stuck to him all the way. I think we can quite safely say that even though Banais did a brilliant run there, that is Gogo's way through to the top 8 by the looks of it. Just waiting for the official verdict on that. That was a 6-4 in Gogo's favor, puts Gogo through to the top 8 where he will face the winner between Simos Tikis and Sergio Gregoriou. By the looks of it, we have pretty much all of our top 8 bracket finalized, aside from the last battle that we're waiting for now between Simos Tikis and Sergio Grigoriou. I didn't hear the verdict for Simo and Sergio's run. I believe there was a slight advantage in Simo's favor. We shall see. Sergio and Simo back on the start line. Sergio will be leading this time, reigning Cyprus Drift champion is Sergio Grigoriou. Simos Tikis on the right. Massive evolution of his drifting skills in the last couple of years as Simos Tiki had. He took that break, he carried on practicing, came back to the semi-pro championship last year, cleaned up, and now doing very well for himself in the pro category. Sergio will be leading. Simos Tikis chases. Who's going to make it through to the top 8? Nice initiation from Sergio, a bit shallow from Simos Tiki there, keeping proximity though, didn't overly commit to that corner so he could stay close to Sergio. Nice one from Sergio coming through Kuma. Towards the finish line. Very, very little between those two drivers and that run right there. Haven't really said it that much today, but it's one of those occasions where I'm glad I'm not a judge because that was very close to call. Just want to take this opportunity to say another big thank you to our main sponsors for the European Superfinal here this weekend: the Cyprus Ministry of Commerce, the Cyprus Athletic Federation, and the Cyprus Automotive Federation. Coming to you live from Athena Speedway. This is James from the J Spot. Simos Tikis makes his way through to the top 8. That was a slight difference between the two drivers. The judges chose Simo as being the better of the two. He's made his way through the top 8, where Simo will face Elakoko. For sure, Simo has got a task on his hands if he hopes to get past Elakoko and make his way through to the semi-finals. Thank you to everybody watching from around Europe and around the world. This is James from the J Spot, live with you for the 2022 Drift Kings Cyprus Superfinal, live from Athena Speedway. Always love to have everybody watching from around the world. Drop a message in the comment section below where you're watching us from. Made our way through the top 32 bracket, and we're down to the top 8 drivers. Taking a quick break here at Athena Speedway, and we shall be back for the top 8.
Ενώ στην άλλη πλευρά της ταβέλας έχουμε τον Σταυρογλήνα και τον Λεβίσκας, και στο κατολιγάρι το Σίμον Τική τον Ελακόκο. Πολύ δυνατό και οι 8, και θα δούμε τις μάχες για τους 4 της μέρας που θα μας οδηγήσουν στο τελικό και φυσικά στο νίκη. Κάτι είπαν τώρα Ανεβαίνει λοιπόν τώρα το
Για να λύνετε το επίπεδο, πάμε στην οκτάδα, top 8. So now we're in the top 8 of the 2022 Greek King Superfinal Cyprus versus Europe here in Athens Speedway.
As you can see up on screen there, we had our top 8 table where you can see everybody that's going head to head. Drivers doing final preparation on their cars and heading back out soon.
Είμαστε ready, we are ready to begin again.
First battle of the top 8. Brilliant run from Peter Kozlowski right there, and from Natalia Yoksak chasing. She was a little bit more conservative, I might say, but then again, she was in the chase position. It's a difficult one to be in. Up on screen though, we've got Kyriakos Mario aka Tsodas on the left, David on the right. Tsodas will be leading, David will be chasing. Two 2JZ powered S chassis right here. Tsodas off, leading. Which one of these drivers will make their way through to the semi-final? Good initiation from Tsoda right there. David making sure he stays close to him. He knows how fast Tsoda's car is. He doesn't want to let him get away. Very tight right there. David just disappeared in Tsoda's smoke. There we go. And across the line. What can I say? Brilliant driving from both of them. From what I could see when one or the other was not buried in smoke. Great driving, so I'm not too sure if anybody made any mistakes. Tsodas did have a little bit of an incident here directly in front of us where it came off track, but it was a good, I'd say probably 150 meters past the finish line. So I'm not quite sure what happened there. You can see, let's see if we can see anything extra from the replay here. Listening to the results from Peter and Natalia's run, I heard a 7-3, but I'm not sure which one of the two drivers that was in favor of. I believe it was in favor of Peter. Here you can see David doing a good job to keep pace with Tsodas. Tsodas just covering him in smoke coming through that section here. Let's see, they go across the finish line. Tsodas ended up in the infield a good 150 meters past the finish line though for some reason. Here we're going to have their second run. Natalia Yoksak up there will be leading, with Peter Kozlowski chasing this time. Drift King and Drift Queen up there. Very close and across the line. Brilliant, brilliant run from both these two, as we'd expect. That was a 5-5, and it turns out the 7-3 was in Peter's favor, so that's going to put Peter through to the semi-final. Absolutely incredible, though. She's only 19, and the skill is just on a level that belies her years of experience. It's absolutely nuts. There we've got David, who's supposed to be running against Toras. Is he doing another run? Because Toras, I've just seen her behind me pull into the pits. David, he's had a lucky day. David's having one of those weekends. Sometimes his luck is completely against him, and sometimes it's very much with him. This is one of those occasions. Still got the other side of the bracket to make up, though. We're going to see Stavros Grillis against Gediminas Levesas, and we're going to see Simos Tikis against Ela Gogo. That's going to be an interesting one. Simos Tikis doing a brilliant job of evolving himself as a driver in the last couple of years. But Ela Gogo, there's a reason that Ela Gogo has 7 Cyprus championships in the last 10 years. Four of them in the last 5, and the only reason he didn't get it this year was because he was competing in the European Drift King series, where he was second. You realize the level of driver that we're speaking about here. Here we've got Stavros Grillis up against Gediminas Levesas on the start line. Grillis will be leading this time. Levesas will be chasing. Billowing smoke right from the start. Good initiation from Stavro. Levesas not giving him any breathing space, determined to stay close to him. Stavros getting away from him a little bit there in Kuma. Can Levesas reel him back in? All the way to the finish line. Good job from him. Here we're going to see the replay again. Now I've got El Agogo on the left there against Simos Tikis on the right. Which one of these two will book their way into the top four? It was a 7-3 in Stavro Grilli's favor. Now we've got El Agogo against Simos Tiki. This is definitely going to be an interesting one. El Agogo leading, Simos Tiki's chasing. Simos knows the level that Gogo operates at, and he's giving nothing to chance getting as close to possible to him. I thought he nearly lost it there, but he managed to hold it together. Coming out of Kuma, brilliant driving to keep up with El Agogo and across the line. On form for sure from Simos Tikis. Almost thought he lost it there, but he kept it together very well. Here we're going to see the second run between Stavros Grillis and Gediminas Levesas. Stavros with a 7-3 advantage from their first round. Can Gediminas overturn that? Can he force an error out of Stavros? Difficult when he's in the leading position. He's just going to have to go all out. That's a 6-4 in Simos Tikis' favor from that first run. Can't say it surprised me. That was a brilliant run. Leviskas with a great initiation here. Stavros really staying stuck to him though. He knows this track well and he knows that car well. And Leviskas do enough. Oh, wall-to-wall, door-to-door action right here. Absolutely phenomenal across the finish line, and they're both still going. I think both of them straightened up a good 200 meters past the finish line. Let's see it on the replay again. This was a phenomenal run from both drivers. You can see Stavro Grilli just keeps the pressure on through the entire run. Leviskas doing his best to get away from him and couldn't quite manage. Now we're going to see Simo Tiki up against El Agogo. Simo has an advantage of 6-4 from their first run where he was chasing. He will be leading this time. Let's see what Gogo can do to overcome him. And there it is. Stavros Grillis is going through to the semi-finals. Great showing from Levesas, but not quite enough. Here we go. Which one of these two drivers will book their place in the top four? Is it going to be Grilli? Is it going to be El Agogo? Not Grilli, sorry. Simos Tikis not leaving it to chance. El Agogo doing his best as well, but will it be enough? Simos Tikis has opened up quite a space there leading. Across the finish line. What a phenomenal run from both drivers. I don't think that that's going to be enough for El Agogo to make his way into the semi-finals, though. That was an absolutely phenomenal run from Simo Tiki. Let's see it again on the replay. Simo's leading, El Agogo chasing, initiation, deep in, not too deep into that first corner actually, but coming back across the wall, good angle, good speed. And then coming through Kuma, Simos Tikis really opens up the distance and Gogo couldn't quite close it back up. Simos Tikis had a 6-4 advantage. And Simos Tikis has gone through to the semi-finals. Ela Gogo bowing out from the top 8. It's been a long time since that's happened. So we now have our semi-finals complete. Simos Tikis being the last driver to book his place in the semi-finals. Guys, seeing Simos over the last couple of years, I can't say it's the biggest surprise, especially this year with this new car. He's done absolutely brilliantly for himself, and he just continues to push himself to a higher level. He's a very composed driver, he's very calm, and he's also he's got the technical ability to back it up as well. And he's just grown by leaps and bounds in the last couple of years. Far removed from the driver that first entered the championship back in 2016. So I want to take this opportunity to say a big thank you to the Cyprus Ministry of Commerce, the Cyprus Athletic Federation and the Cyprus Automotive Federation, our major sponsors for this weekend here at Athens Speedway, the Drift Kings Superfinal.
Να ομολογήσουμε τους περίπτωση ομορφότερη παρέα, Μαρία και τη Γεωργία. Δίπλα μας έχουμε μερικές εδώ πάνω στον πύργο. Περιμένουμε λοιπόν στα semi-finals παιδιά φανταστική εξελίξη. Πείτε τους λόγους from Poland, David from Cyprus, Greece, Stavros from Greece, and Simos Tikis also from Cyprus. Αγώνας έχει γίνει αυτός εδώ και έχει εξελίξει να προσθέσουμε παιδιά. Μόνο στην Athens Speedway γίνονται αυτά στο σπίτι του Drift. Λέγαμε τόσα χρόνια για το σπίτι του Drift και στην Athens Speedway. Σιγά σιγά η αλλαγή που γίνεται είναι ότι λέμε το νησί όλο Drift Island.
I want to say a big thank you to everybody that's here this weekend, whether you're here in person or to everybody that I'm speaking to who's watching live from around the world. Massive, massive thank you. Always do our best to put on the best show possible for everybody watching from around the world.
Είμαι σήμερα στο μικρόφωνο και χτες και περνάω και εγώ όσο καλά περνάτε εσείς. Σας ευχαριστούμε γιατί που έχετε έρθει και σας ευχαριστούμε που είσαστε τόσο καλοί.
Just taking a quick break here as we make our way to the semi-finals. The semi-final brackets have been completed, worked our way through the top 16. We're now at the semi-finals, the final 4 drivers who will book their place in the final, who will fight it out for 3rd place, who will be top of the podium. Here we've got Peter Kozlowski on the start line up against David. This is actually going to be David's first battle since the top 32. He was up against Bolis Kostandino in the top 16. Bolis bowed out due to mechanical problems. David got to do a solo run. Top 8, David was up against Gyriagos Mariou, aka Tsodas. Same thing, Tsodas had to bow out due to mechanical. Did a solo run. Now he is up against the reigning Drift King, the winner of this year's European Drift King Series, Peter Kozlowski on the left in his twin-turbo LS-powered S15, up against David's 2JZ powered S15. Here we go. Peter Kozlowski leading, David chasing. One of these 2 drivers will make their way to the final. Peter right here. Peter's got away from him a little bit though. Nice line coming through there. Plenty of angle coming through there. Very little between those two drivers, and across the line. Very consistent from Peter Kozlowski so far today. His lines have been very consistent. He's not all over the place. He knows where he wants to put the car. He knows the lines that he wants to be taking, basically, and he hasn't strayed from them at all much, which is good. It's the sign of why the man is the Drift King for this year. Simos Tikic just come past us in the pits here, making his way back out onto the track. Again, big thank you to our major sponsors for this weekend, the Cyprus Ministry of Commerce, the Cyprus Athletic Federation, and the Cyprus Automotive Federation. Packed house here at Aachen Speedway today. We're back on the start line for David against Peter Kozlowski. David will be leading this time. Peter will be chasing. On the start line, giving the nod to the drivers, and here we go. David leading, Peter Kozlowski chasing. Let's see what we're going to see from this second run with Kozlowski chasing. Nice initiation from David. Kozlowski laying on the proximity there, making sure that he stays close to David, not to lose him. We see it coming out of Kuma, we can see it coming out of Kuma right here. Ooh. Crazy flicks, they're riding each other's. Oh! And David coming off track just after the, well, just about on the finish line. Major mistake from him. See what way the judges are going to give it, which one of these two will be in the final. See the replay. Good initiation from David here. Nice line there. Kozlowski does a great job of following him and staying very close to him. Peter Kozlowski just stuck to David's bumper coming through here. And here we are at the finish line. David rides the curb and puts a wheel out. That's definitely going to count against him. And there it is, through to the final is Peter Kozlowski, and David will be battling it out for third place in the small final, but who will he be going up against? Will it be Simo Tiki? Will it be Stavros Grillis? Who knows? Which one of those two drivers is going to make it through to the final to battle it out against Peter Kozlowski? Everything is coming down to the line here. Peter Kozlowski showing the ability, his own abilities and the abilities of that absolute beast of an S15 that he drives, making his way all the way through to the finals. Thought we might see Elagogo up against him, but Elagogo getting knocked out by Simo Tiki in the top 8. Here we can see Simo Tiki on the start line waiting for Stavros Grillis. I can see driving through the track. There we go. Which one of these two drivers will meet Peter Kozlowski in the final? Stavros Grillis definitely the more experienced of these two drivers. Even though they're about the same age, Stavros Grillis has been driving for a lot longer. Good start from him. Here we go. Stavros Grillis leading. Simos Tiki's chasing. Shallower line from Tiki's going through there. Flicks it. Make sure he's keeping up with Grillis. Nice line from Grillis coming through here. Trying to open up the distance from Kuma. Not really working so much. Tiki's really laying on the pressure. Kuma and across the line. Absolutely phenomenal driving from both of these drivers. Brilliant. Love to see it. Absolutely love to see it. Absolutely brilliant run from those two. I mean, we could see it again on the replay. What is Simos Tiki is just operating on a different level this year. Came out of semi-pro, really stamped his place in the pro category, and it's even more on show here today. Going up against very well-seasoned drivers. I mean, he knocked Elagogo out second in Drift King's European Series. 4-time champion for the last 4 years until this year. I mean, you can't take anything away from him. He knocked out Sergio Gregoriou, who was this year's Cypriot champion as well. He knocked out Sandra Yanosaskaite in the top 32 battles. I mean, this last run against Stavros Grillis. Stavros is a very experienced driver despite his young age. I mean, he's been drifting since he was 9. That's his first drift car that he knows very well. He knows Aachen Speedway very well as well. And Simo Tiki just giving absolutely no breathing space anywhere at all. Just leaving nothing up to chance, keeping the pressure on throughout the entire run. Well done to him. They're back at the start line from what I can see from here. Simos Tikis will be leading this time round. The Grillis will be chasing. Quite a showing from both drivers, and it says a lot because they're both quite young drivers. I mean, Simo, if I'm not mistaken, is in his mid-20s. Stavros early to mid-20s. They've got all the future ahead of them with these skills and the experience that they've built up. Here we go though. Simo Tiki, Stavros Grillis. Simo's leading, Stavros chasing. In the final. Simo Tiki just pulling away, not giving Stavros a second to catch up. I mean, look at him coming out of him, a big amount of distance between two drivers. Stavros shallow across the finish line. I'm no judge, but I'd say that that's probably Simo Tiki booking his place in the finals to meet Peter Kozlowski. Let's see what the judges have to say about it though. We can see it on the replay again, just straight off from the start line. Simos Tikis pulls away, initiates. There's already a good distance right there between them. Stavro tries to catch up, takes a shallower line, doesn't quite pay off. That 2J powered BMW of Simos absolutely performing for him. Peter Kozlowski just driving behind us here, heading back into the track, waiting to see who he will face in the final. Waiting. Really want to see which one of these two is going to go through to the final, and which one of them will be the one that's going to face David. So close those two runs, but I think I'd give the nod slightly to Stavro Grilli considering what we've seen. As again a big... Oh, hang on. It's a 6.5 to a 3.5 for Simo Tiki. Simo Tiki books his way into the final, where he will face Peter Kozlowski, and Stavros Grillis will go up against David to determine who will be third on the podium. Will we see Peter Kozlowski on top of the podium? Will it be Simos Tikis? Which way round will that be? Who will be first? Who will be second? And then Stavros Grillis against David for third position on the podium. Oh, this is definitely what we love seeing right at the top of the table. Gun drivers, sorted cars. Let's see, will it be the consistency of Peter Kozlowski that'll carry through for him today? Will it be Simo Tiki's aggression? One thing that can be said about Kozlowski is in his driving as well as competing, he's very consistent. The way he drives, the lines he does, and I mean throughout the year in the Drift Kings European Series, he didn't have the most top places on the podium, but he was very consistent in getting high place qualifying positions, getting himself right there into the thick of it as the brackets narrowed down every single time, and it was more than enough to get him that championship. Can see him here waving to all the fans, getting the crowds up. We can even get the crowds excited. Absolute weapon of a car, that S15. Not every day that you see an S15 with an LS with a couple of big turbos popping out the bonnet as well. We've got Dimosthenis Lougisas right here. Color commentary for the day.
Thank you very much.
Dimosthenis is always getting the crowds riled up. Peter doing his best to do the same. He's like, I love the crowd here. I love the energy. Having a great time. Thank you so much. Giving David a microphone, getting him to speak to everybody now. He's saying, just to start off with, hello, thank you for everybody for being here today. I'm thankful to the Cyprus Athletic Federation, the Automotive Federation, for all the work they've done making this happen. He's like, of course, want to say a big thank you to my major sponsor, Leo Patriotis, WD-40 for this year again. Dimosthenis getting the other grandstand all excited as well. A lot of people today. I think there's easily about 6,000 people here at Akma Speedway today. should probably be our biggest crowd yet. It's great to see. Great to see that everybody's had such a turnout for this weekend. Everybody that I was talking to leading up to this weekend for the last week or two has been very excited about it. And we've got Simos Tikis coming past, heading to the pits. Simos Tikis. I don't even know if we could call Simos Tikis an up-and-coming talent anymore, because once upon a time we used to. Back last year I was definitely still calling him an up-and-coming talent as he tore through semi-pro to take that championship with consummate ease last year in that category. But I mean, this year I don't even think you could consider him as up-and-coming anymore, because he's consistently working his way through the brackets in every single race that we've had this year, and he's done it again today. Knocking off Sandro Janouskaite to start with, standing champion Sergio Greoriu in the next round of the top 16, last year's champion El Agogo, who was second in the European Drift Kings Championship this year, through to the semi-finals, went through Stavros Grillis, and now he's put his place in the final. So he's definitely operating at quite a high level this year. Just want to say another big thank you to everybody following, watching us. Massive thank you. Really appreciate it. We do our best here in Cyprus to put on a great championship for everybody watching throughout Europe and around the world. It's been a pleasure to have the European Superfinal here this weekend. Peter's only been here a couple of days, but they've already taught him how to swear in Cypriot. That much is evident from Demosthenes asking him what he's learnt and what he said. Definitely got some cheers out of the crowd. At this point we're just waiting for Stavros Grillis to make his way to the pits here, so all four of the cars can head out for the semi-finals. Heading to the start line is Peter Kozlowski, David, Simos Tikis. Still waiting for Stavros Grillis though. Peter and Simon will go head to head to determine first and second. Stavros Grillis and David will determine which of the two will be third on the podium. You see Stavros Grillis coming down the back pit lane here behind us, heading to the live trackside pit lane and making his way out into the track. Should be able to see him any minute now. Demosthenes giving Stavros Grilis a quick interview there. Wait for him to head out onto the track. Considering that Stavros is still in the pits, we're most likely to see the first run between Peter Kozlowski and Simos Tikis, then see the first run between Stavros Grilis, David, go back to the second run between Peter and Simos, and then do the second run between Stavros and David. Here we go, Stavros Grilis heading out onto track. That E30 has served him very, very well. Over a decade that he's been competing with that car. First in Greece, then in Cyprus. Then that car came over to Cyprus, it stayed in Cyprus, and I think it's been in Cyprus for about a decade now. Just for when he comes over here and competes, because when he competes in Greece and throughout Europe these days, it's with his AE86. And we're ready for the top four, the semi-finals, the Drift King Superfinal in Cyprus. Waiting, counting down the seconds. Who are we going to see run first? We've got the start line here. From what I can see over there up in the corner of Akhmat, from where we're sitting, there's a couple of cars in the burnout box. Not sure who it is though. David looks to be the first person that's exited the burnout box. So it's probably going to be him versus Stavros Grilis for our first run. And then we'll see Simos Tikis and Peter Kozlowski's first run after that. David lined up on the start line there. WD-40 sponsored 2JZ powered S15. Runner-up in the Cyprus Drift Championship this year, and took it all the way down to the line between him and Sergio Grigoriou. David was actually 1 point ahead of Sergio leading into the final race, and they were either side of the brackets going in to the battles of the final race, and they worked their way through all of the competition and met each other in the final, where Sergio just about walked away with the victory between the two of them. Got himself the championship. David second in the championship. It was good to see it though from David. A lot more consistency this year. There we go, we're on the start line. Stavros Grilis, the green BMW, will be leading. David chasing him. We're off. There we go, Stavros Grilis making a quick exit out of the starting blocks there. Nice initiation. See how aggressive David's going to be on this one. He's a very aggressive driver. We've seen a lot more of that from him this year. Stavros doing well to open up a little bit of distance there. See how they're reaching Kuma. David's still quite distance behind him. Catching up though. Caught up well coming out. Very nice driving from both of them. David did his best to keep pace with Stavro, couldn't quite get there. Very quick cars from both of them though. Both that BMW and David's S15 have a lot of traction, so they're very quick cars. And we can see it though, Stavro with a quick flick out of the start there. You can see there. Deep into that zone there, nicely through Kuma, very tidy from Stavro. David taking a shallower line there so he could close up the distance. Did manage to close up a bunch of the distance, but Stavro stayed in front of him. One thing that has to be said though is that this car of Stavro's, the BMW, it's a very quick car. It's got a lot of traction, and I mean it's definitely not a fresh build. It's not exactly a modern car by any stretch of the imagination. We're talking about a 30-plus-year-old chassis at this point that's competed for nearly 15 years, but very much still showing its merit.
Very easy to focus or be late. You don't tell the job.
Okay, back to the start line, just wait and see. I think I can see them back there at the start line. Yes indeed, David will be leading this time. Stavros Grilis chasing. Which one of the three of them will be on the podium? This is to decide between David and Stavros Grilis who will be third on that podium today. We still have the final to go. David a very aggressive driver. Stavros quite composed, a lot smoother. Looking forward to see how he's going to handle this from the chasing position is Stavro. But here we go, out of the starting blocks. David's off. David smoking those tires already. Grilis leaving nothing to chance, trying to get as close as possible to him from the initiation from that first turn. Staying close to him, coming past the wall there. How about Kuma? Lots of angles from David, less angles from Stavros so he can close up the distance. I think he's done a very good job of it. Definitely a much better job than David. Ooh. And I think that massive mistake there has sealed David's fate. Brilliant run from David. Couldn't take anything away from it until that final turn right there, leading to the finish line. He can be an all-or-nothing driver, David. He does have his moments. Let's see when we're going to get the replay. What we're going to see in the replay. But considering the first run being quite close, I think maybe narrowly in favor of Stavro Grilli that first run. But considering the mistake that David made on that second run, which was a huge one, I think that's going to be all she wrote for those two. Going to the replay now. Let's see. Initiation from David. Is it a bit of a correction or just the car bouncing a little bit? I'm not sure. Stavro does a brilliant job of staying close to him and not letting him get away though. Better job than David did when the roles were reversed, and the judges will definitely be looking at that. Here we go. Yeah, David was just carrying too much speed towards the finish line. I think he realized at the last moment as well, because he was very close to the side of the track before he yanked on that handbrake to slow him down, and by that point it wasn't enough. Up on screen though, we have the final. Peter Kozlowski on the left in his twin-turbo LS-powered S chassis up against Simo Tiki in his 2JZ-powered BMW. This is for the final. Who will be top of the podium today?
Όπως και ο τελικός ξεκινάει σε πάρα πολύ λίγο, τα αυτοκίνητα είναι στημένα.
Can Simo Tiki do it? Can he go all the way?
Περιμένουμε όλοι λοιπόν 1,5 λεπτάκι μέχρι να ξεκινήσουν. Μετράμε την Σαμαρία από το 1,5 έχει γίνει 1.
If Simo does manage to go all the way and he's first place on the podium, yes, this isn't a traditional Cyprus Drift Championship round within the championship. I mean, it's a super final, but it will be the first time that he'll be in the top place on a podium outside the semi-pro category. So I think that's a pretty major one as well. I highly doubt that Peter Kozlowski is not going to give this the full attention that it requires, though. Remains to be seen, though, because I think Simos has got the edge of being the slightly more aggressive driver, whereas Kozlowski is a little bit more conservative, but he's consistent and he's smooth. You can see David and Grilis in the background, waiting for the start now. Not too sure what's happening. David, I think he went over to have a word with Grilis. Yeah, I mean, David's smiling. There's nothing in it whatsoever. He knows that it was his own mistake. Simos Tiki's fanning himself with his door there because it may be late October, guys, but it's still quite hot here in Cyprus. I think it's 28 or 29 degrees here, so it's still quite hot in the sun. And when you're sitting in a drift car, it's got no interior, plenty of things getting hot, and you're in a race suit and a helmet, very quickly you need some kind of ventilation. Waiting for the start signal. I'm not sure what we're still waiting for at this point because Rilis and David have made their hits. Got the marshal on the start line there, though. Also, again, guys, James from the J Sport, thank you so much from around Europe and around the world. Big thank you to our major sponsors for the weekend, the Smith Comma, Cyprus Athletic Ferry. Massive thank you to Drift Kings, goes without saying, for the Cyprus Super Final that we're having this weekend. It's been a phenomenal event. On the start line now, waiting. Drift Kings European champion Peter Kozlowski on the left, Simos Tikis on the right.
Τον βουλευτή του Ελλάδα, κύριο Σουζήριο Άνου, τα μέλη του Κυπριακού Οργανισμού Αθλητισμού. Όλο το Διοικητικό Συμβούλιο έχει έρθει και αυτό για να μας δει. Είναι άνθρωποι που έχουν πιστέψει σε αυτό που γίνεται εδώ. Ένα πράγμα που πρέπει όλοι μας να βάλουμε στο μυαλό μας είναι η ασφάλεια, η οδική ασφάλεια και το μέλλον των παιδιών μας. Και σε αυτήν εδώ την πίστα αυτό το έργο επιτελούμε. Φυσικά τους χορηγούς μας, Ψάλτης Ενεός, με πάρα πολύ αγάπη έχει αγκαλιάσει όχι μόνο το άθλημα αλλά και τους αθλητές με προσωπικές λογίες.
Not sure why we're still waiting. I'm sure Kozlowski and Tikis won't be happy about it either, because they warmed up their tyres and they've been sitting on the start line for almost 10 minutes. As you can see, I think the marshal's given the indication that they can go off the burn. Put some more heat in their tyres. Let's see, yeah. Tikis heading off, Kozlowski heading off. Back to the burnout box, put some heat in their tyres and make their way back to the start line. For sure, we want everybody on point for the final of the day.
I see 2 cars and now it's 2 out and now
Και τον Υπουργό Οικονομικών, ο οποίος δεν είναι εδώ σήμερα, μας έστειλε τα μηνύματα και τα έχει κάνει τη μόνη του την προσοχή. Εδώ η άλλη
Not sure what turn that was that we could see there. Currently I can see that both drivers are in the burnout box over there, but I don't think that one of them starts. Huge thank you to the Drift Kings team for all the work that they've done with us throughout the years, judging, and a massive thank you for this weekend. 2+ years in the planning, and we finally managed to make the Cyprus Superfinal happen. It's down to this Simos Tikis and Peter Kozlowski in the far. Waiting for it to all kick off.
drivers, the organization of Drift Kings.
I don't know what happened.
Επίσης και τους θεατές οι οποίοι ταξίδεψαν αρκετά μίλια όπως
I think we're just about to get ready in the burnout box. I can see what's getting. But again, I want to say a big thank you to Commerce, the Cyprus Athletic Federation, the Cyprus Automotive Federation, as well as the Drift Kings team. They really helped make everything happen that happens this weekend, and it's a testament to the motorsport heritage that we have here in Cyprus. We have a huge motorsport heritage. Drifting, we've done a lot with it in the last 15-20 years. We had the Cyprus Rally for so many years. We have a huge fan base, and let's just say people that are involved in motorsport at so many different levels: drifting, rallying, racing, hill climb, motocross, all these things. And unfortunately, considering how much of a motorsport scene that we have in Cyprus, anybody that watches the J-Spot on YouTube, you've seen that in the last 5 years, James and I always bring that scene to the rest of Europe to show everybody just how passionate we are about motorsport in Cyprus. But unfortunately, from the government side, the support hasn't always been there, both with the World Rally Championship and with many other things, because there's support for other sports, namely football, and motorsport kind of drops to the wayside as it does in other cases. So we're massively thankful to the government, everything that we are achieving, and hoping for more and more of an influence in years to come, as it's such a huge segment and part of the island. Waiting with bated breath for our final. Ready and chomping at the bit as we are to see the final. Both of the drivers in the burnout box, waiting for them to heat up their tires. They're both stationary at the time being. I'm really not sure what has led to this delay at this point in time. Γιατί έχουμε τόση καθυστέρηση?
Περιμένουμε με πάρα πολύ αγωνία. Να σας πω ρε παιδιά, ποιος είναι κοντά στον Κακόμπα να δούμε. Πού είναι ο κοντός? Για να θυμούνται οι παλιοί και να μαθαίνουν οι νέοι, καλώσει καθόλου.
Πόση ώρα πάει κάθε ένα κανάλι, 20 λεπτό? Στάνταρ. So guys, I'm still here with you. Apparently having some corrections in this line. We'll be ready to go. We have the calendar for the Cyprus Drift Championship 2023 out already, which will just heard actually with another race in July will be a night race again this year. I can't say that I'm for a race whether a night race be, but at least there will be definitely an action there. We love doing it. And in the middle of summer we're hardly going to have that race in the middle of the day. We've done 2 years ago. I ended up being 45 that nobody had a good time. And Peter Kozlowski, I can see them in the burnout box. Finally, I can see some smoke and some movement. We're on the way. Now from of 22 Cyprus Superfinal. Peter Kozlowski, fed up of me saying that because I've said it about 50 times in the last 10 minutes, but they're making their way to the start line and we are ready. Which one of these two will walk away with the grand prize today of Rain is your pinky? Will it be Simos? Simos Brown. He can get himself into this final. On on the start line, waiting for them to go. Peter Kozlowski on the left will be leading. Simos Tikis will be chasing. Marshall on the start line, ready. We're for King Soup 2022. Away from the off, Simos with the pressure. Oh! Massive mistake. Did the shake it to him? Kozlowski ain't it. Absolutely tearing it up with that Sylvia of his. Simos Tikis across the line. Massive, massive advantage to Kozlowski. Massive advantage. Could go the other way, but let's look at the replay first. So they came off the start. Aggressive from Kozlowski straight away, and from Simos chasing him. He knew that he couldn't let him get away with the power coming out of that S14, but then look at that. Big, big mistake from Simos Tikis. Uncharacteristic with the way that he's been driving lately. But it can still happen. Simos just knew that there was no point in attempting to drift the rest of the course. Might as well save his tires just in case he can force it to a one more time after their second run. Or in case there was a rerun. You can see Kozlowski back at the start line. Absolutely ram-packed Dachna Speedway today. Back at the start line, Tikis on the left who will be leading this time. Kozlowski on the right chasing. Massive, massive advantage to Kozlowski. 10-0 from the first one because Tikis spun out. But here we go. Which one of the two will be on the top spot of the podium? Nice initiation. Good aggression from Kozlowski, not letting him go anywhere, making sure that he keeps on the pressure so it's close to him. Good proximity all the way through Kuma. Let's see how he tightens up on him coming out of it. Whoa, maybe slightly too aggressive. Maybe not. This is why Kozlowski is at the level that he is at. Look at that drive. Absolutely next level from both drivers, but Kozlowski with that pressure, with that proximity, incredible. Absolutely incredible. And I think we have a result, ladies and gentlemen. I don't think we're going to see another run today. Let's see it again, though. I think that's all she wrote for Simos Tikis. You can see good initiation. A little bit conservative from Kozlowski, but he makes sure he takes that tighter line. It's a very slight amount of angle right there. Nice through Kuma. Very tight, stuck to Tikis all the way through the finish line. Coming towards Kuma though, Kozlowski, the way he put the car looked a little bit like he straightened up, but I'm not completely sure. It was either a very shallow angle or he just straightened up a little bit as he flicked the car around towards the wall. Just waiting to see if the judges have made a decision, basically. If the judges have made their decision, we will go to the podium for the prize giving ceremony. If not, we might see another run. So we have a result. The judges have made their decision. We're not going to see any more runs from the two of them. We will go to the podium for the prize giving.
Τι έγινε ρε παιδιά σήμερα πάλι. Φοβερές μάχες ζήσαμε και τι φοβερή οδήγηση και τι
Here we can see the two drivers of the final making their way to the podium.
Εσύ πέρας καλά.
We will soon head over to the podium ourselves. From myself, from James here at the live stream today, massive thank you to everybody that's been listening. We've had quite an interesting afternoon. Thank you so much to everybody. We'll be back next year for the 2023 Cyprus Drift Championship. This is James from the J-Spot. For more info on videos and all that good stuff, you can check us out. Please, we look forward to seeing everybody on the 2023 Championship. We hope everybody has a great winter. Stay with us. We're going to the podium to see the final results of the 2022 Drift King Cyprus Superfinal. What a weekend it has been. Absolutely incredible, and what a race we've seen today. Brilliant showing from all of the drivers, the Europeans, the Cypriots. Absolutely phenomenal driving, door-to-door action. Definitely a lot of pressure in a lot of places. Absolutely love to see it. Thank you so much to everybody watching. Stay tuned for the podium.
Μην πατήσετε παπά. Συγχαρητήρια. Ήσασταν πάρα πολύ καλοί. Νομίζω ότι κάνατε λάθος επιλογή ελευθερικού. Αυτός πρέπει να φταίει. Γεια σου Γιάννη, γεια σου Μάρια. Τι κάνετε ρε παιδιά, από ποιο ώρα σας το μεγαλώσατε.
Here we are, as you can see, the drivers getting ready for the podium. For the first of hopefully more to come Drift King Cyprus Superfinals. We hope everybody had a great time this weekend. Everybody watching had a great afternoon with us, and we look forward to seeing you again soon. Massive thank you to the Cyprus Ministry of Commerce, the Cyprus Athletic Federation, Cyprus Automotive Federation, and last but not least, and most importantly, the Drift Kings team themselves. Thank you guys for everything you've done this weekend and with us for the last couple of years, and we look forward to seeing you again next year.
Να τα κλείσουμε. Μπράβο. Σίμος. Μπορούμε να κλείσουμε το εργαλείο. Λοιπόν, συγχαρητήρια Ηλία. Έχουμε απονομές και σε μικρό. Είσαι έτοιμος? Για όσους δεν ήσασταν χθες εδώ, ο Ηλίας ο Γρήγορης ήταν στο τελικό της Σέμι-Προ και κάτω εδώ και το Σαββάκι του Σπύρου που ήταν στο τελικό. Πρέπει να έρθουν και αυτοί. Όλοι οι γύρω τρεις κλαμπ παρακαλώ να είναι και κοντά μας για τις απονομές. Συγχαρητήρια, very good job. Very good job.
Here we
Συγχαρητήρια κύριε Σιμωτίκη. Νέο όνομα που έμαθα σε αυτό το νησί, όχι όμως με το δικό μου, από την Μύκονο. Τι λέγανε παλιά ρε, μάθες? Τι λέγανε παλιά, ο δικός μου στην Μύκονο, πώς το λέγανε? Έχω το δικό μου στη Μύκονο, έλα πάμε. καλούνται όλοι να έρθουν στην αυσίδα της Ενεός, αυτό το τρίγωνο, το τράγωνο σπιτάκι, του χορηγούντας λοιπόν ψάλτης Ότο. Πας να έρχονται και τα κορίτσια, αν έρχονται τα κορίτσια θα έρθουν και οι οδηγοί, για να ξεκινήσουμε από τα κορίτσια. Ένα παγκοσμικό διήμερο λοιπόν έρχεται σιγά σιγά στο τέλος του. No problem. Είμαστε εδώ να έχουμε και τη λίστα μας με τους οδηγούς μας. Θέλω να μόλις ακούσετε το όνομά σας, να έρθετε εδώ κοντά μας. Σωστά. Πάμε λοιπόν για την κατηγορία σέμιπρο. Θέλω εδώ τον Παύλο τον Σαμαρά. Πάμε λίγο για οδηγείς, δώστε βάση, ακούστε μας. Παύλος Σαμαράς από την Ελλάδα, 13 χρονών. Παύλο, έλα να πάρεις το μετάλλιο σου. Έλα κορίτσια, μισό λεπτό, να διορθώσω λίγο τη φωτογραφία. Έλα, έλα, πάμε λίγο, όλοι οι οδηγοί. Ο Σαββάκης του Σπύρου είναι εδώ. Σάββα. Πάμε λίγο το πρόβλημα για την κατηγορία σέμιπρο. Ο Σάββας του Σπύρου είναι αυτό εδώ το παιδί. Ο Ευτύχιος ο Χριστοδόλου. Ευτύχιε. Όποιος δεν έρχεται θα τα παίρνω εγώ. Θα μου πάρει 10 μετάλλια ο Πάμπος. Αυτός είναι ο Ευτύχιος ο Χριστοδόλου. Γιάννος Μιχαήλ. Πάμε Γιάννος ο Μιχαήλ εδώ. Να χαμηλώσουμε λίγο το...
And we're back for the podium. As you can see, all the fans have gathered. We're waiting for the prize giving ceremony.
Εσύ είσαι Κυριάκος. Κωνσταντίνος Χριστοφόρος, τον είδα κάπου. Όλη η κατηγορία σέμιπρο παρακαλώ να είναι εδώ κοντά να πάρει το μετάλλιο της. Στέφαν Σόρι. Stefan from Romania, are you here? Here he is. He's coming. Thank you for coming to Cyprus. Δεν μου τα είπατε αυτά. Thank you for living in Cyprus.
Here we're looking at the prize giving ceremony for the Pro 2 category, the finals which took place yesterday. As we work through that, we shall see. Here we have Elias Garilis, who is actually Stavros Garilis' younger brother, who was competing with the same car that Stavros Garilis was competing with today. Christos Lois is all right there, making sure he gets his picture with the promo models. Dimosenis just having a quick chat with Bambos Tsouris, who I mentioned earlier to everybody who was racing this weekend, but bowed out due to mechanical difficulties from yesterday. Bambos Tsouris is the president of the drift club here in Cyprus. That right there is not Bambos Tsouris. Bambos is, you can see him, he's a big guy with a characteristically long beard, sometimes painted blue or green. Got Manolis Kouloumas, the head of the Cyprus Automobile Federation, standing there in the white shirt.
Τι κάνετε, πώς είσαστε? Κυπριακή Ομοσπονδία, λοιπόν, εκπρόσωπος. Ξεκινάμε. Νικόλα Πατάκ. Νικόλας Πατάκ. Είναι εδώ. Πρέπει να του πούμε και happy birthday. Να του το πούμε από χτες. Δεν γίνεται. Πρέπει τώρα να το πούμε. Δεν το βλέπω εδώ. Συνεχίζουμε. Στέλιος Ζαχαρία. Έλα Στέλιο. Ο Σαντουιτσής, Νάτος.
Στέλιος Ζαχαρίας.
Συγχαρητήρια για την απόδοσή σου. Ναταλία Άιζακ. Ναταλία Άιζακ.
The girls there being like, oh, thought we were going to take a picture. Apparently not.
Drift Queen. She has four names. Maybe we will see her later. Κυριάκος Μάριου, ο Τσόβας. Παρακαλώ όσοι ακούν το όνομά τους να έρθουν εδώ στην αψίδα εννεώς. Ο David.
Tsodas has been called up. Kyriakos Mariou, David. I'd like to tell you that I know exactly what this specific prize-giving ceremony is for, but the reality is I am not aware. Currently waiting for the podium for the pro category. Simos Tiki is right there.
Θα παραλάβεις εσύ? Οκ. Για τον Πάπα παραλάβου ο Τζίντι. Νεόφυτος Φιγκάρδου. Να δώσω νεόφυτος.
George GD there from Bambo Haralambos' team.
Πάμε, νεόφυτες. Ο κύριος Χρήστος Νεοφύτου για τις επόμενες απονομές. Νεόφυτος Φιγκάρδου, λοιπόν, πάμε και το όνειμα. Τον είδαμε στα ανθρώπου της Ουκρανίας για να θυμίσω. Χριστόφορος Κωνσταντίνου.
Are we going to the podium? For the pro, possibly. There's Neofidos Figardou right there.
Γιατί ξέρεις, θα τα πάμε μπρος πίσω, Πάμε για τον άλλα κόκκο και περιμένουμε τον Χριστόφορο. Και εσύ, έλα εδώ. Όλοι εκεί παρακαλούνται να έρθουν και την
Ela Koko right there, George Christoforou. Great showing of himself. Today he got knocked out in the top 8 by Simos Tikis though. The dust has settled on a crazy day here at Atma Speedway.
Άμα σας δώσω μετά τον πάλι τόσο χειροκρότημα θα πάρω. Ο Πάπας ο Τσουρής. Ανάτος. Ο Χριστόφορος Κωνσταντίνου ήρθε, δώσε και σε αυτόν, να δώσω στο ψηλό.
Christoforos Costandino right there, aka Toffees, that champions that 2002 BMW Bavaria.
Ο Πάπας ο Τσουρής. Είναι τρομερός και καλά κάνει, δεν κατάλαβα, είστε όλοι εσείς.
There's Bambo Tsuri and his giant beard.
Ο Πάπας ο Τσουρής φυσικά προβάλλοντας στις αλλαγές συμμετέχοντας ο Σέριος Γρηγορίου. Άλλο ένα μετάλλιο για τον κύριο Γρηγορίου. Μπράβο, ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ. Να καλέσουμε τον κύριο Σενάκη να παρακαλέσω να έρθει από τον Τίκο για τις επόμενες απονομές. Κώστας Κωνσταντίνου Σπαρσής. Σπαρσής είναι εδώ. Πάτω να βρούμε και τον Σπαρσή. Συνεχίζουμε λοιπόν, συγχωρέστε με, ο Αλέξης Χάρης Γεωργίου. Νάτος Αλέξης Χάρης.
Alexis Haris Georgiou there.
Ο Κυριάκος Αμάριος, Τσόδας. Πάμε λοιπόν και για το Τσόδα του μεταναούτου. Ένα μεγάλο πρόβλημα.
Κυριάκος Μάριου Σόδας. I think at this point I can be confident in saying that everybody's getting a participation medal. Because I could not tell you what else is going on.
Τώρα θα πέσει, όχι σε λίγο θα πέσει μεγάλο πρόβλημα. Ο Πόλης ο Κωνσταντίνου επόμενος. Να τους έρχεται. Thank you Νατάλια. Πόλης Κωνσταντίνου.
Πόλης Κωνσταντίνου right there.
Α, θέλεις φωτογραφίες, Παντώ. Εκεί κοίτα, εκεί κοίτα. Ο Βασίλης ο Χριστοφόρου. Νάτος, άλλος ένας νεαρός.
Vasilis Christoforou right here. One of the youngest, if not the youngest driver in the championship.
Παρακαλώ σου το σεβασμό προς το γυναικείο φίλο, έτσι δεν θέλω. Ο Παναγιώτης ο Μιχαήλ, ο Πανεσόρ. Εδώ δεν λέτε τίποτα, έτσι.
Παναγιώτης Μιχαήλ there, Παντεσά.
Να ευχαριστήσω καταρχήν τον εκπρόσωπο και να πάμε στο Σωτήρη Αδάμου από την ΚΟΑ.
I think we might now be going to the podium for the pros. Nope. Not quite yet. George Celebi's right here. One of the council members of the drift club here in Cyprus. One of the first drifters to get going here in Cyprus almost 15 years ago. Alekos Hasigos right here. Didn't manage to see him compete this weekend in the top 32, unfortunately. Those of you that tune in for our championship rounds will know him from his red E30 BMW.
Είναι παππούς, είναι παππούς. Είναι παππούς αυτός. Ο Παναγιώτης ο Νικολάου επόμενος. Λοιπόν και ο Παναγιώτης ο Νικολάου.
There's Panayis Nicolaou, as we saw in the white Sapporo.
Να ευχαριστήσω τον κύριο Αδάμο για τις απονομές και να καλέσω τον κύριο Κιτέο, συγγνώμη, τον κύριο Γιώργο Κιτέο από τις Βρετανικές βάσεις εδώ να τον ευχαριστήσουμε πάρα πολύ, είναι διοικητής. Και επαναπανωστάμε λοιπόν ο Ανδρέας Ανδρέου, ο Βάξης είναι ο επόμενος. Και η Κυπριακή Ομοσπονδία ευχαριστεί τον έπαργο. Κύριος Μενώνος Κουλουμάς, στο μικρόφωνο.
Κύριος Κιτέος είναι ένας παραστάτης μας για να κάνουμε πράγματα εδώ. Εκ μέρους της Κυπριακής Ομοσπονδίας θέλω να τον ευχαριστήσω και για την παρουσία του και για την προσφορά του.
There we can see Andreas Andreu, aka Wax.
Μπράβο για το Wax. Πήγε κατευθείαν στα κορίτσια. Ο Wax μου φαίνεται. Ο Πάπας ο Νικολάου, ο επόμενος. Παπίνος. Μα πού είναι ο Λαμισανός. Νάτος. Να σου πω, σήμερα ο Παπίνος έχει ιδιαίτερη συγκίνηση. Περιμένει τη γυναίκα του να γελίσει πάνω ένα χειροκρότημα για το νέο μέλος της οικογένειας. Σταύρος Γκρίλης από την Ελλάδα, ο επόμενος οδηγός που θα παραδέσουμε εδώ με τα μετάλλια μας. Είπαμε για πριν σχεδόν Κύπριος.
Stavros Grilis right there.
Ειδικότητα, επίσημα. Τώρα το θέλαμε αυτό, είναι ανάγκη, δεν έχουμε ένα καλώδιο. Επόμενος οδηγός είναι ο Άντρος Αντωνίου.
Andros Antoniou, I just heard.
Είναι και οδηγός του.
There he is there.
Καμιά φορά. Επόμενος οδηγός ο Πίτερ Κοσλόφσκι. Θα θέλαμε και να τελειώνουμε να μας πείτε και κάτι μετά, Πίτερ Κοσλόφσκι, Αργεντινά. Πίτερ.
Now they're calling for Peter Kozlowski.
From Poland, Peter Kozlowski. He's coming, he's coming.
Where is Kozlowski?
Drivers also come in
There he is. I think I can see him walking through the crowd there. There he is. Champion of the Drift Kings European Series 2022 right there, Peter Kozlowski.
Χαράλαμπος Χρυσανθόπουλος, Πάπης. Πάπα το κάναμε. Πάπος Χρυσανθόπουλος. Martin Masek from Czech Republic.
Martin Masek right there.
Δεν είναι την ευκαιρία να μας δείξει τα δόντια του γιατί είναι μηχανικό πρόβλημα. Dimo Joseph from Bulgaria. Dimo.
Hearing Dimo Georgiev getting called up as well.
Dimo Joseph.
And there he is right there, Dimo Georgiev from Bulgaria.
Thank you very much. Pavel Hudacek from Czech Republic. Pavel Hudacek. He's not here. Okay. But we have Shafar Wojtek. Also from Czech Republic.
Pavel Hudacek right there.
Από την Ελλάδα. Έλα λίγο.
Nikos Zachos right there, put on a show for us all the way from Greece.
Jeremias Leviskas. Jeremias Leviskas. From Lithuania.
Gediminas Leviskas getting called for now. Not sure where he is.
Is Lithuania here? Jeremias Leviskas and Sandra Janus Suave.
Sandra Janosvaskaite getting called for as well. Not sure where they are. I know some of the teams have already started loading up cars as well. Not sure where they are though.
Okay, big applause. Πάμε για χειροκρότημα για όλους τους συμμετέχοντες σήμερα. Παρακαλώ οι τρεις κριτές, Βέρνον, Ανέστης, Παναγιώτου, Γρηγόρης Παναγιώτου, Ανέστης Παπαδόπουλος, Βέρνον, please come here to your medals. Pavel. Pavel Hudacek. In the middle. and photo. Three judges. Hello.
Drift Kings team here, massive thank you to all the guys. Huge thank you for all the help throughout the last couple of years, and especially for this weekend. Massive showing, really appreciate it.
Μαρκό. Καλά εσύ.
Your placket. Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ που είσαστε εδώ. We thank you very much for being here and you're helping us with our championship. Ανέσης Δημόπουλος. Να σου πω και με το Παπαδόπουλο σου πάει, τώρα που σε βλέπω. Έντρινον. Verona is FIA judge for drifting, and Anesis and Grigoris are judges in the Greek Championship. Να φωνάξουμε, Mike Prokhorou, organizer of Drift Kings International. Thank you, Mike. Sit here. They want to take a picture now with the girls, but you can be in front. We must thank Mike for his contribution in the sport here in Arna Speedway in Cyprus. To Mike Prokhorou as an indication of appreciation and thanks of his excellent performance.
Got Mike from Drift Kings there, massive thank you to Mike.
Παρακαλώ τον κύριο Νικόλα Ψάλτη να έρθει για την απονομή της κατηγορίας Semi-Pro. Ο χορός μας είναι κοντά, όχι μόνο στο πρωτάθλημα αλλά και σε πολλούς οδηγούς. Τον ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ για όλη αυτή την προσπάθεια. Έχει πάει το βήμα πιο μπροστά. Πάμε να απομείνει το χειροκρότημα. Θέλω τον Γιάννη Μιχαήλ από την κατηγορία Semi-Pro. Ο Γιάννης ο Μιχαήλ ήταν εδώ πριν, δεν πιστεύω να φύγε. Πρέπει να πάρει το κύπελλό του για την τρίτη θέση. Και την πέμπτη θέση. Δεν βλέπω τον Γιάννη, θα πάμε στην τέταρτη θέση. Για τον Γιάννη Μιχαήλ.
At the podium now.
Έχετε σχέση? Έχουνε σχέση ο Παναγιώτης και ο Γιάννης? Οκ. Εγώ να ξέρω. Να φωνάξω το Ευθύμιο Χριστοδούλου.
Panayotis Mihail on the right, Eftichios Christodoulou on the left, in the Pro 2 category. That's from yesterday. That's why you didn't see any of that on the live today. And we've got Christo Loizou, Pro 2 category. This guy only started drifting about 13 months ago. He's had one full season under his belt as well as 2 races last year and a plethora of mechanical problems along the way, but he's fixed them one at a time and he's getting his feet consistently on the podium. I've heard mutterings from Christo that he might well be in the pro category next year. Look forward to seeing it. And we've got Elias Grillis here, It's Christo Loizou, and this is from the Pro 2 category yesterday. Christos Loizou in third place, Ilias Grillis in second. Savaspiru right there. Really excited about the Pro 2 category here in Cyprus, especially this year, because it's a category that we've had for a few years. It's been a tricky one. There hasn't been too much growth there, and then this last year and a half it kind of exploded. A bunch of new drivers coming into that category, really proving themselves, showing their abilities, practicing a lot, and really getting consistently good, as is the case with nearly all of them. And it really shows, because the Pro 2 category is really up and coming here in Cyprus, and we've enjoyed watching them this year. It's really been a fantastic show, and we look forward to seeing them carry on that good work in that category, and the drivers slowly graduating to the pro category. Again, massive thank you to the Cyprus Automotive Federation, Cyprus Athletic Federation, and the Cyprus Ministry of Commerce for helping us this weekend, making sure everything runs smoothly, helping get all the drivers across Cyprus without any speed bumps along the way, let's say. It's been a pleasure for me this afternoon as well. Not sure why Lagogo's getting a trophy. Perhaps honorary for his participation in the European Series this year. David there. And there it is, our podium for the pro final today. In third place, Stavros Grillis. Can't say it's a massive surprise considering the big error that David made in their second run when he went off track just before the finish line. But first and second, here's what it comes down to: Peter Kozlovsky or Simos Tikis. I know who I'm putting my money on. There it is, Simos Tikis in second place on the podium. Deserving of that position. Very, very strong driver. Put a brilliant show on today. Just a couple of mistakes right there at the end came back to bite him. And in first place, that only leaves one man. There it is right there, Peter Kozlovsky, top of the podium today, Drift King 2022 for Europe, well deserving of that position on the top of the podium. Absolutely outstanding driver, brilliant driving from everybody involved today. Drift King Superfinal Cyprus versus Europe champion right there, well done. Congratulations to everybody that took part this weekend. Massive congratulations to Peter Kozlovsky. It's not an easy thing to go to a foreign country, track that you've never driven, and walk away against some very experienced drivers that have driven that same track many times and come out on top. Massive, massive congratulations to him. Guys, thank you so much for being here with us this afternoon. This is James from the J Sport signing off. We will be back with you next year for the 2023 Cyprus Drift Championship. Stay safe, take care of yourselves, and we'll see you again soon. Thank you so much.
like to take some pictures. Ο κύριος Γιώργος Κάλλας θα δώσει το χρηματικό έπαθλο για τον τρίτο νικητή. Φαντάζομαι είναι τα πρώτα θέματα που παίρνεις ως οδηγός, συνήθως δίνεις. Ο κύριος Σωτήρης Ιωάννου θα μας δώσει το βραβείο στο Σιμωτίκη για τις 3.000 ευρώ. Σημαντικά ποσά σε δύσκολες εποχές. Οι βουλευτές μας θέλουν να δίνουν λεφτά πολλά. Πάμε ένα χειροκρότημα γι' αυτό. Όλοι οι βουλευτές θέλουν να δίνουν, να συνηθίσουν να δίνουν. Και ο πρόεδρος της Ομοσπονδίας Ανάπτυξης μας θα δώσει 5,000 euro for the first finalist. Παρακαλούμε να στήσουμε λίγο να βοηθήσουμε τους φωτογράφους. Πάμε όσοι δεν θα φωτογραφηθούμε λίγο πιο πίσω για να έχουμε χώρο για τους φωτογράφους μας. Πάμε όλοι λοιπόν ένα βήμα πίσω. Έλα. Για τον Οφέλη δεν έχει πάλι βραβείο, Η απονομή για την ομάδα του Μάικ θα κάνει ο Μανώλης Μαρμάτιο Άντρος Αντωνίου. Εγώ άμα δεν, μεγαλός. Ο Σίμος λέει τα 3.000 θα τα πάμε φαγητό το βράδυ σε τραπέζι. Τα 3.000 θα τα πάμε λέει σήμερα σε τραπέζι. Αλλά όχι, εντάξει, κράτα το. Να ευχαριστήσουμε τους πάντες, την πίστα που μας φιλοξένησε, τους ανθρώπους της πίστας που βοήθησαν τόσο πολύ. Όλους όσους ενεπλάκησαν, ενεργούς ή όχι. Πάμε λίγο και για τη φωτογραφία και οι οδηγοί να μείνουν εδώ γιατί θα συνεχίσουμε με τις φωτογραφίες.
Συνέχεια εικόνα. Και η αλήθεια λέει την πρώτη φορά μου ήρθα μιλάμε με τον τρόπο ήταν μια χαρά. Είναι πάλι χαμένα. Όχι και τα αμήκος και